And Jim, how's everybody doing?
Good evening, everybody.
I'm trying to get Gunner on here.
Evening, everybody.
Hello, Gunner.
Hi, Gunner.
I just want to start by just saying I changed my name.
See, if I would have caught that, I would have said, well, hello, Kim. Your voice is changing.
You don't look like a Kim.
I knew a male Kim when I lived in Los Angeles. He was very masculine.
Yeah. Jake, your name came up at the run through today.
I guess I got to unmute myself. How's that?
That's all right. Oh, I said your name came up at the run through. I had to give Michael Farley some trouble since you weren't online for me to give trouble to. So I said, since Jake Miller's not here, I have to give somebody trouble. And Michael, it has to be you.
Hey, that's fine with me. Joanne's on tonight. You can give Joanne trouble.
No. You guys will all turn on me one day, so.
He knows better than to give Joanne trouble.
That's true. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
Joanne scares me.
We're starting. Believe me, try growing up next door to her.
She's friends with my wife too. I can't have them both turn on me. And there's that band of girlfriends too. I can't have all that going on.
We're a force.
I know.
When I'd wake up in the morning and walk downstairs as a 10-year-old and my mom and Joanne are at the same table, it meant go back to your room. You're in trouble.
Joanne, he's making you sound older than I know that you are.
I don't. Age doesn't faze me.
Good
Doesn't
answer.
faze me. Jake has. We have good memories of these boys being raised together.
Good. So are we close to starting, Janet? I don't see Commissioner Mueller or Commissioner Cho.
Mr.
Are
Mullen's
we
supposed to
are
be
we on UGTV live now, or is it taped? That's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Is Mr. Ernst on here yet?
Yes, he is.
Okay, good. I'm trying to get our attorney on there. Hang on just a second.
Is he at the standing committee?
No, well, yeah, but Daniel is going to be with us for the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, and he's got the wrong link.
Daniel.
Yeah, he's got it for a different meeting. Okay. Let me get this to him real quick, and then I'll move him over.
Kim missed the tutorial on how to eat online, Jeff.
Oh, see, I usually just do this. And then when I come back, I usually have my mouth covered like this while I'm chewing.
Once we start, I'll get it.
I did tell my wife this week or this month, I said, I have to have dinner no later than like 5:20 so that, I can be ready to go and everything else. Of course, she said, you can make dinner for yourself anytime you want to make that dinner for yourself.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, but trust me, I already got it. And as the words were coming out of my mouth, I thought, this does not sound right. And then sure enough, I was informed that it didn't sound right. We have a 23-year-old that moved back home with us, and he told her today that he wasn't going to be there for dinner. He was going out, and so she was going to fix something completely different as a result. I said, we have a 24-hour cancellation policy, and if we don't get your cancellation, we have to charge your credit card.
Well,
So we're running a
Hey,
bed and
hey,
breakfast.
you be nice to Ty. That's my guy.
He does have a lot of friends that take up for him, and he's a pretty good tenant.
He always took care of me at Danny's. So see, and I'm sure he took care of you too. So you can take care of him
He
at
did.
dinner.
He did. We're still working on legal counsel.
yeah, I'm trying to, since Gunner is taking over the screen here, I'm having problems. I can't see now. Okay, I've got you back as the host. Because they're going to start UGTV now. Jeff, as soon as she gives me back as host, then we'll be ready to go.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, and have you sent the host back to me yet? Okay. And our attorney is on here. I just need to move him over as a panelist. And Mr. Chair, and we're ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Okay. Good evening. I want to welcome you all to the August 10th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Jeff Carson. I'll be serving as your chairman this evening. Make a couple of introductions on those that we have on the call with us. I have Gunnar Hand, who is the director of the Land Use and Urban Planning Department, Janet Parker, who you will be hearing a lot of allot from this evening is the Executive Assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning. Have the following members of the Department of Land Use Planning Department, Byron Toy and Kim Portillo. We will also be joined by legal counsel Daniel Kuhn. And then we have the following commissioners present: Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Susanna Pauly, Commissioner Jake Miller, Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, Commissioner Joanne Huey, and Commissioner Karen Jones. And I will now turn the meeting over to Janet Parker, who will read the opening statement. Thank you.
We would like to welcome those participating by telephone or Zoom to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, the members are participating remotely by Zoom. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. Please don't get up and walk around. When speaking, if you have not been announced by the chairman, you must raise your hand feature. When speaking, you need to wait to be unmuted by the chairman. Board members, use the raise your hand feature to speak, and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you need to recuse or if you need a personal break, use the raise your hand feature. If you are having issues getting in the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wycokck.org and let Secretary Parker know what your issues are. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The staff will make their recommendation. The board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff's conditions unless otherwise stated in the motion. Mr. Chairman, before I call the first application, I would just like to inform you and the commission that I emailed all of the applicants on this agenda with the link and the agenda for this meeting so that they could be prepared and be present on this call.
Thank you.
Appeal number 2380, Dallas Kid with Under Pressure Properties Services for property at 2212 North 41st Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Kidd is on the call.
Okay. Mr. Kidd, can you go ahead and announce yourself, please, and give us your name and address? Tell us about your project. There we go.
All right. My name's Dallas Kidd with Under Pressure Property Services, and our address is 3077 Merriam Lane.
Can you go ahead and tell us about your project?
The project is we're converting a garage space into a 3rd bedroom and a closet.
is this an attached garage or a detached garage?
It is an attached garage to a single family home it has a pretty good size concrete driveway for off-road parking.
And then you're requesting the variance because of the parking issue, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, we looked at doing the carport off the side and there just wasn't enough room between the two houses there. And so that's what landed us on doing the conversion there.
Anything else you'd like to add?
That's all at this time.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? If you do, please raise your hand electronically. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone that wants to speak. So I will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and we'll get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As the applicant stated, a single-family dwelling requires 2 off-street parking spaces as per our code, one of which needs to be covered by either a garage or a carport. When they conducted the conversion of the garage into the 3rd bedroom, they became out of compliance of that code requirement. Essentially, they need a variance to either have not one covered space, or they would have needed a variance for a carport if they were to put it in the driveway in the front yard setback, because it would have been an accessory structure in the front yard, which is not allowed. So they're moving forward with a variance request as a part of the conditions of approval from staff. We're asking that they seek building permits. I'm to inform the applicant that building permits that are obtained after the fact of construction will have an additional fee charged to them by building inspections. Additionally, as part of the agreement, we had worked with them to identify how many parking spots they could fit on their expanded driveway, of which they said 4. And so we were encouraging them to have their the residents as well as any guests optimize the use of off-street parking before using any on-street parking. But staff recommends approval.
Any questions for staff? I just have one, Gunnar. When a applicant or homeowner does the renovation work without obtaining the necessary permits, in addition to paying for the permits, does the building inspection department go in and inspect the property to make sure it's done correctly?
Yes.
So they do have to pass all inspections.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve the petitioner's request.
Second.
Motion to approve, motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Muller's not in attendance, so I don't have. Oh, there he is. Mueller. Commissioner Mueller, are you there? It appears his screen is frozen, Janet. Can we pass without him? Pass or fail without him?
yeah. And Polly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's conditions, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Our next appeal is number 2381, Curtis J. Nicholson, for property at 2925 South 63rd Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicholson is on the call.
Yes, I see him. Mr. Nicholson, could you go ahead and introduce yourself, please, and give us your address for the record?
Yes, my name is Curtis Nicholson, and I live at 2925 South 63rd Street in Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. Could you go ahead and tell us about your project, please?
Sure. My wife and I built a house there about 11 years ago, and we would like to build a detached pole barn that's constructionally manufactured or professionally manufactured by a company that we've contracted with, and it's 600 square feet larger than what city ordinance allows. So we would like to build it 1,600 square feet. Ordinance only allows for 1,000, and in order to facilitate what we would like to store in there, we need it bigger in order to accomplish that.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? I'm not seeing any. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? If you are, just please raise your hand electronically and I'll call on you. Seeing none, I will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff comment. Go to staff for comment, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As the applicant mentioned, code only allows an accessory structure to be in this zone to be 1,000 square feet. They're over that by about 600 square feet. In reviewing it, the code also has a maximum percentage coverage of 30% of parcel. This is approximately a 7-acre parcel, so that's about 4%. So it's plenty big enough for an accessory structure of this size. We've seen multiple accessory structures across the county and in this neighborhood potentially be used. Concern for commercial use. The applicant in their application and in our conversations with them state that this is for their recreation vehicle and potentially other vehicles in the future. Because of the history in the county on some of those issues, we went ahead and enumerated specifically in our conditions of approval what is allowed in a primary accessory structure, and specifically also enumerate that no commercial storage is allowed in said barn. So as long as they get a building permit, we recommend approval.
Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Move to approve, subject to the stipulations in the staff report.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Miller, seconded by, I'm sorry, was that Commissioner Armstrong?
It was Huey.
I'm sorry, seconded by Commissioner Hewitt. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Moeller,
Aye.
Polly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's conditions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our last appeal on the agenda is appeal number 2382, Ryan Dink, for property at 13742 Holfer Road. At this time, does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Mr.
Chairman,
Dink, I see you in the audience. Sorry, let me get down to him.
I know that Mike Rhodes is on the call.
Okay. I got Mr. Dink ready to speak. Mr. Dink, could you go ahead and give us your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Ryan Dink. I'm an attorney with McNaney Van Cleveland Phillips. Let me see if I can activate my video. Well, I'm not sure I can figure that out. Usually it pops up. Well, is there a way I can share my screen? Can I ask that? I have
Yep.
some of the parts of the application that I wanted to share.
I can, I'm going to promote you over to a panelist and then I will let you share your screen.
Okay, great. says the host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay, you should be able to do that now.
All right, very good. So this is an application on behalf of Michael Rhodes, who is the owner of property located out on the northeast corner of Pulfer Road in K7. A little bit of a correction, and Mr. Hand can jump in if I've got this wrong. The staff report, which I didn't see the final one published on the website, but in a draft staff report that was pushed out, talked about, in essence, two applications. The first being a request for a zoning variance, and then also an appeal of an administrative determination. I think there may have been some confusion on that when we filed the online application. We were required to check the box for a zoning variance. We are not requesting a zoning variance. I don't believe that the discussion in the draft staff report talking about a zoning variance or the 5 factors that you're required to satisfy under Kansas law are squarely applicable to this application. As we state in the basis for our appeal, we are appealing from a May 24, 2020 determination by Mr. Hand. The basis for the appeal is that the applicant, Mr. Rhodes, filed an application for a master plan map amendment on the basis of prior communications from Unified Government staff that any application for development of the property needs to address K7 corridor study and access management plan, which affects the west 2/3 of the property. And I will show you that graphically here in a little bit. The further communication from city staff on this issue was that the 2008 citywide master plan specifically referenced the K7 corridor access management plan because it was developed after the 2004 Prairie Delaware Piper master plan. It states that owners along K7 should review the corridor management plan to understand how future improvements may impact future development. Because the corridor plan is referenced in the master plan, the plan must include right-of-way that is proposed in the plan. So understand where we're at here. The restrictions upon Mr. Rhodes' development of his property aren't restrictions in the underlying zoning that applies to his property. According to staff, those restrictions are drawn from the 2008 citywide master plan. And they indicated in the prior communications that we had to accommodate for that master plan and that we must include right-of-way that is proposed in the plan. And so that is the determination, one of the determinations that we were seeking a master plan map amendment. As I'll show you here in a minute, the K7 corridor plan, if it was applied to Mr. Rhodes' property, would in effect take or occupy about 2/3 of his property and basically leave the remainder 1/3 of his property landlocked. And so to get relief from that K7 corridor plan as it applies to Mr. Rhodes, we sought an appeal of or a master plan map amendment as it specifically applied to Mr. Rhodes' property, so that he could use his property for what you will see is the future land use planned small commercial, which both the 2004 Piper Delaware plan shows Mr. Rhodes to be the appropriate land use for his parcel, and the 2008 citywide master plan also shows that the appropriate use for Mr. Rhodes's property is for small commercial. One thing of particular note, even though staff's comment was that we must include right-of-way in our proposed development of the property, it's important to note that neither K7 or the unified government has acquired that right of way. They haven't bought it, they haven't condemned it, and there is no easement, there's no restriction which overlays Mr. Rhodes's property, which prohibits his use of that property for any use he wants to commit to it, other than the master plan, which we sought an application to get some relief from. Mr. Hand ultimately determined that the relief that we were seeking was inappropriate, and that determination is here. Because relief could not be granted from a corridor plan, from the K7 corridor plan, as specifically applied to Mr. Rhodes's property, which in essence meant that Mr. Rhodes is unable to submit an application to the unified government to get relief from the K7 corridor plan, which overlays his property and restricts what he can do with the property. So not only is the unified government now saying that any development that Mr. Rhodes brings forward has to accommodate the right of way, but that we don't even get a hearing as to whether or not we get relief from the K7 corridor plan. So let me finish kind of the basis of my appeal. Then I want to show you some exhibits which reflect what the 2004 and 2008 master plans show for the development of the property. We obviously contend that Mr. Hand's determination was in error. We further contend that Mr. Hand, under the provisions of the code, and specifically the Unified Government Code 27-213G4, he does not have the unilateral authority to simply deny us an application or a hearing on our application for master plan map amendment. That section specifically provides that following staff review for completeness and holding of a neighborhood meeting, quote, the applicant shall be scheduled for a public hearing before the Planning Commission. So we believe that per the Unified Government Code, we're at least entitled to a hearing as to whether or not we can obtain a master plan map amendment to allow Mr. Rhodes to go forward and develop his property. So I want to show you graphically what the net effect of this plan has upon Mr. Rhodes's property. This is Mr. Rhodes's property, and he's got, as you can see here, about 3.3 acres. This is a survey that was done. It's been very recent. I think it's maybe within 2019. So this shows the current alignment of the K7 right-of-way that KDOT owns. Okay, that is not the alignment that is shown for future development of the K7 corridor. Mr. Rhodes's property, as I mentioned, is at Pulfer Road and K7. I can zoom in a little bit here. So this is Mr. Rhodes's property right here. And this has overlaid what KDOT says they may build at some point in the future. So the unified government has said, and this is Mr. Rhodes's property before. You can see the outlines of it. And this was the prior right-of-way line, which is where the red is. The new right-of-way line comes like this. And there's now going to be a roundabout at Pulfer Road. So this, in essence, and this is the exhibit that shows that. This is Mr. Rhodes's property in the current alignment here. Okay. This is the new roundabout that comes in that KDOT may, at some point in the future, develop. And this is what Mr. Rhodes is left with. 65% of his property will be taken and be included, well, I guess may be taken as part of the right-of-way. And about 35% of his property will be left, and he will be landlocked. There will be no direct access to this on-ramp or to the roundabout from this now landlocked property. So I wanted to move now to the citywide master plans.
Mr. Dink, excuse me, I need to interrupt you just a second.
Sure.
Just to let you know, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, I can finish real quick. Sorry, I had the window open and now it's disappeared on me.
So you have it open in the tab up top.
Let's see, I've got it here. Ah, there we go. Okay, so I'll just go. Can you all see this? The Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan.
It's small, but we can see it.
Okay, I'm hoping I'm sharing the right screen. So Mr. Rhodes's property is right up here at Pulfer Road and K7. Now, this is the 2008 master plan that staff is referencing and saying it's a requirement that we comply with the K7 corridor study. This is what the master plan actually says about that. It says K7 corridor management plan. This study was ongoing at the time the Prairie Delaware Piper plan was adopted. Some of the initial access recommendations were modified within the final plan. Property owners along K7 should review the corridor plan to understand how future improvements may impact future development. So the master plan, it's Mr. Rhodes's position, and this is what we would argue if we were granted a hearing as to a master plan map amendment, is contrary to what the position that staff is taking. The 2008 master plan doesn't dictate that we have to comply with the K7 corridor management plan. It says that property owners should review it to understand how future improvements may impact future development. That is by no means a dictate. And by taking the position that staff has, Mr. Rhodes isn't entitled to a hearing to make that argument. So we believe that that's an important piece of what he's asking for. You know, the 2008 master plan, which updates the 2004 Prairie Delaware Piper master plan, even though the K7 corridor is referenced in here, again, the roundabouts aren't in here, and Mr. Rhodes's property is still shown as small commercial development, which is exactly what he's asking for. My last point I think I want to make is that, you know, the net effect of the K7 corridor plan is not equal to all properties. The properties other than at the interchanges, the K7 corridor plan doesn't show that really any additional right-of-way is needed to be acquired. It disproportionately affects people like Mr. Rhodes. And so not all properties are similarly situated. Just like on a variance, like what you just heard, there are unique circumstances with every property. And in Mr. Rhodes's case, basically a denial of use of 2/3 of his property held in limbo until KDOT comes in and says they may or may not use the property, and they may build K7 in accordance with their plans as they have right now. We believe is a difficult outcome. The final thing I want to say is that we did have a neighborhood meeting on this. There are 2 other people who may or may not be on the line who are similarly affected at that's the Brocks and the McDonald's. The Brocks are at the northeast corner of Leavenworth Road and K7, and the McDonald's are at the southeast corner of Parallel and K7. Now, both of these folks, my understanding, owned their property at the time that the K7 corridor plan was being developed. And what they indicated to us during the neighborhood meeting is that it was represented to them that they would be compensated for their property. Not that they simply couldn't, develop their property and couldn't do anything that was inconsistent in the K7 with the K7 corridor plan in the interim. But very, very contrary to that they would be compensated for that. That doesn't appear to be what's happening with Mr. Rhodes. It doesn't appear to be what staff is saying that people along the K7 corridor plan are entitled to. Staff simply says that they have to accommodate the K7 corridor plan, and we have to come forward with a development plan that is not in conflict with that project. So those are my arguments, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to try and field those.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Dink? Okay, I'm seeing one second. Commissioner Ernst.
When did your client take possession of his land?
It's been since the 2008 changes came along. It's been within the past several years.
So in the 2008 report, landowners should take heed and understand what might happen. What exempts him from when he took possession of the land?
I think that what Mr. Rhodes is, first off, I showed you the language. It's not like zoning. It's not like a zoning restriction that prohibits the use. It just says you should pay attention to this. And for the unified government or KDOT or whoever, like the Brocks and the McDonald's were shocked to hear, who had their property and went to those K7 meetings, were shocked to hear that this was the unified government's position. So whoever owns it at any given time, you can't just tell people because you draw a plan on a map that they can't use their property. They still own their property. They still have property rights and interests in that property. When Mr. Rhodes bought it, there was no right-of-way that was reflected on the title report. There were no easements. And just like if the Brocks and the McDonald's went to go sell their property to somebody else, none of that would be shown. But to just say to somebody, hey, you can't use your land because KDOT may build this in the future and not pay you anything, that's what Mr. Rhodes is really struggling with.
I don't think anywhere it says that KDOT won't pay anything. The real question might be current value versus improved value if Mr. Rhodes builds what he wants. But that's for another meeting, shall we say.
Sure,
So,
and we followed the K7 development. The state's broke, everybody knows that, and they've started at the south end and they work their way north. Mr. Rhodes has a fair degree of confidence that the useful life of what he wants to build on this site, may be gone. He wants to build a C-store, and you got to refresh and recycle those every so often, but he wants to make money on the property in the interim, and the unified government's telling him he can't do that.
I understand.
I just have one quick, I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones.
So Mr. Dink, and follow up to what Commissioner Ernst was asking. So Mr. Rose got the property in 2007, and he wasn't aware of this needing to comply. And so was it with this petition that he first became aware?
Right, so he came forward with a plan for a C-store, convenience store, I want to say within the past year. And so we started working through stuff. We originally filed an application for rezoning, and then we received this comment back and realized that because there are no zoning restrictions on the property prohibiting development inconsistent with the K7 plan. It's only in the master plan. So we realized at that point in time that we first needed to get a master plan map amendment, which is what we then filed for.
This is Janet.
Mr. Jones, does that satisfy your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Other questions from members of the commission?
No.
Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this case? I see a hand up. Mrs. Brock, would you like to speak?
The meeting starts at 6:30.
Just need to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hi, this is Vicki Brock.
I can't talk.
Yes.
I'm in the middle of the meeting right now.
Well, we're just concerned. We've got
It's
the
probably gonna be 11 o'clock tonight.
there were a couple of us.
I'm sorry, one moment, Ms. Brock. Secretary Parker, can you mute your mic, please?
Not get the link to the meeting? Are you a petitioner?
I'm sorry, just one moment, please. Secretary Parker, can you mute your mic, please? Go ahead, Mrs. Brock.
Hi, thank you very much.
Yes.
We do have concerns. My husband and I own property on 7 Highway there in the northeast corner, and we have 3 pieces of property and own from Leavenworth Road north to the apple orchard, which we have accumulated one at a time there, having the three pieces of property there from the corner, hoping to someday obviously have commercial property and have significantly more value by accumulating that. We live in the corner house right now, but our concern is the possibility that if something like this would happen to Mr. Rhodes, that is this representative of the things that can happen to the other landowners? There are several other properties along the K7 corridor that are for sale now, and obviously when we bought our property here, we were not told the corner property, well, actually any of them, that there was anything that would bind us from ever changing any kind of zoning or anything like this at the time that we purchased property. So we do have concerns that our property might not have the value that it should or would had that these restrictions were put in place here.
Okay. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I'm Jack Brock. I'm sitting here with my wife. And, we were not told of anything of this stuff when we bought this property. And now it just seems like, that they never said anything about compensation or nothing. And all of a sudden now it's basically, what's happening to him is going to basically happen to us. We're a fear of,
Okay. Thank you. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
No,
Okay.
not just.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Going to go to Commissioner Jones.
I wanted to ask Mr. and Mrs. Brock a question. So now that upon their discovery of what's going on with Mr. Rhodes' property, have they had an opportunity to take advantage of going back to their title company or just trying to see? Because I would think that there's some full disclosure that should have taken care, should have been, should have come into play for property owners so that they would have been made aware that there's going to be a limitation placed on your property. Have they investigated any of that is my question for the Brocks.
Mr. and Mrs. Brock, can you comment on that, please?
No, we have not gone back to our title company and asked for that.
And Mr. and Mrs. Brock, when did you acquire your properties? I guess starting with the earliest one.
Oh my goodness, I'm not even sure. I would think it was around 2009, 2010 maybe, was when we acquired 3121. Within a year after that, we acquired 3211, and then a couple years later, 3115.
Okay.
So it was not all, obviously, all at one time, but I'm guessing it's around 2009.
Okay. But all of them were acquired after the K7 quarter management plan and the master plan were in effect, correct?
Apparently, we were unaware of those at the time, but yes.
Okay.
But
Commissioner Jones, is that question, did that satisfy your question?
In part, so my remaining questions will be for staff. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I address Ms. Jones's question relative to Mr. Rhodes's property?
Okay, go ahead.
So Mr. Rhodes had a title report run when he bought the property, and because KDOT, neither the KDOT or the unified government has acquired any legal interest in his property, it's not reflected on there. They're simply saying you can't use the property when they actually don't have any legal interest in the property to prevent the use.
And my comment, thank you for that explanation. And again, to follow up on what my curiosity is, it would be for staff, because it's almost like an eminent domain situation in a way. And it just seems to me that it would be fair for the property owner to know, especially if there's an opportunity prior to purchase, prior to the title being all solidified, that they would be made fully aware that there may be some restrictions, some limitations on your property. So I would have to agree with that as a part of, again, a full disclosure type of situation.
Okay. Anybody else in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting. I'm going to go to Director Hand for staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I think it's important to recognize the difference here. This request is not in relation to the merits of the case. This is a very specific request regarding the interpretation of a letter that I wrote and sent on May 13, 2020, as it relates to Mr. Dink and his client's application for a master plan amendment. Master plan amendments are specifically intended to change from one category to another category. The request was to change from small planned commercial district to small planned commercial district, but move him outside of a single parcel outside of a long range planning document, which we did not feel was appropriate for a master plan amendment application. If Mr. Dink and his client wanted to have their day for a hearing of the case, they could have not withdrawn due to inaction their change of zone from January 2020.
Questions for staff?
Sorry, so we recommend, so I just forgot to mention, so we recommend denial of this request.
Okay, I'm going to start off. I have a question for legal counsel. In Mr. Dink's presentation, he says that the director does not have the authority to make this determination. And I guess my question to you is, does the director have the authority to make the determination that he's made?
For purposes of, or for the application that was sent to Mr. Hand, I believe he would have the authority to make that determination.
Okay, so he is within his authority as the Director of Urban Planning to deny the request. It's being appealed tonight.
In regard to what was presented to him, and that did not touch upon the merits of the underlying issues in the application, but simply whether or not the subject of the application was correct.
But solely based on what we're here to discuss tonight and what we're here to vote on tonight, the Director had the authority to make the determination that he did.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Jones?
So, Gunnar, I apologize. I think you were saying something was going on with my computer. I missed the last part of the statement, so you can tell me if it's applicable to my question. So, with the issue at hand, was the petitioner given what the appropriate recourse would have been, a recommendation as to how what he's trying to accomplish could have been dealt with, even if he had to go through an appeal process?
We had a conversation and we explained that the purpose of a master plan amendment application was to go from one category to another, not to remove oneself from a long-range planning document. So they had already, again, withdrawn due to inactivity or themselves in January 2020, the project which Mr. Dink described earlier today. So if he wanted to move back to that application, he could have.
So basically, he could resubmit his application to try to pursue his ultimate goal. Is that right?
Yes, projecting out from where he received a draft staff report that had a comment that stated that the long-range planning document noted that we're, again, considering the future expansion of the K7 highway as per the K7 corridor planning process, which was adopted into both the Piper Delaware Master Plan by reference based on Mr. Dink's contention. How it was done is one thing, but also the long-range planning document, again, contested by Mr. Dink on exactly specifically the semantics of the language as adopted, but it was incorporated into both master planning documents. There's also a precedent. There are two other properties along the K7 corridor of which we have requested they not build within that future right-of-way as designed and described by K7 in the state's planning documents. And so if he wanted to continue to move forward on the merits of the case itself, he could have continued with his change of zone, which they chose not to do.
Okay. Did the petitioner by chance, I mean, because there's an interpretation discrepancy, it sounds like the bottom line. And so we just heard from our legal, but was there additional communication about the discrepancy between the interpretation of what is allowable in terms of the decision that you made? Was that explained to the petitioner?
Am I allowed to speak?
Oh, Mr. Dink, we're talking with staff now.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Dink and I did talk about the letter and the application a couple times, and that's when he then requested to challenge my letter, which is why we are here today.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for staff? So the issue at hand is on the determination made by the director. And the recommendation from staff is for denial, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Further questions for staff before I call for motion?
I just have one other question. And I think we're limited without getting off track with what the issue at hand is here, but I just want to make sure. Gunnar, so dealing with what he does from here, is another conversation then. When we started talking about the title and the full disclosure piece about what they were known, that would have to be saved, correct, for if he refiles the petition.
Those are factors that we can't consider this evening. We're only looking at the determination by the director and whether or not it was appropriate.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Other questions for the director, for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Motion made by Commissioner Mueller, and can I get a reason for denial?
From everything stated, I go with Gunner's assessment on this.
Okay. Motion is for denial. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioners Armstrong. Any discussion on motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to uphold the Director of Planning's interpretation and deny this appeal for the reasons outlined in the staff report passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will conclude the agenda for the Board of Zoning Appeals. We will take a 5-minute recess and reconvene the Planning Commission meeting. Thank you all.
Mr. Commissioner, before we do that,
yes.
Ms. Parker has to reboot her computer. It froze. So if everybody does get thrown off, we just got to jump back onto the same Zoom call. But I think because she transferred to you as host before that happened, it might not happen, but it may happen.
And if it does, the public will need to log back in as well?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Everyone will need, if for some reason this call does somehow end, everyone will need to go back and re-click on their Zoom link to get back into the meeting. We apologize for that. Thank you. Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Jones, Ernst, and Polly, are you all back?
I'm back.
Okay, thank you. Need to get everybody's cameras turned back on, please. Okay, we're missing Commissioner Miller and Commissioner Ernst. Okay, looks like we have everyone. Janet, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome back,
Okay.
by the way.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, just fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Director Hand, we're good? All right, thank you. Okay, thank you all. I want to welcome you to the August 10th meeting of the Planning Commission. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm serving as your chairman this evening. Karen Jones will be assisting me as the vice chairman for the meeting. A couple of introductions. Gunnar Hand, the director of Land Use and Urban Planning, is on the call, along with Janet Parker, who is executive assistant, to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning. We also have on the call members of the Planning Department, Byron Toy, Kim Portillo. We also will be joined shortly by by legal counsel. It'll either be Daniel Kuhn or Patrick Waters. We also have the following planning commissioners here tonight: Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Susanna Pauly, Commissioner Jake Miller, Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, Commissioner Joanne Huey, Commissioner and Vice Chair Karen Jones. We also have Sarah White and Martin Tangira with the Unified Government Public Works and Engineering Department. I'm going to go ahead and turn the meeting over to Ms. Parker, who will read the opening statement.
We would like to welcome those participating by telephone or Zoom to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, the members are participating remotely by Zoom webinar. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. When speaking, if you have not been announced by the chairman, you must use the raise your hand feature. When speaking, you need to wait to be unmuted by the chairman. Planning Commission members use the raise your hand feature to speak, and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you need to recuse yourself or take a personal break, use the raise your hand feature. Planning Commission members, be sure to unmute your microphone when it is your time to speak. If you have called in by telephone only, or if you're having trouble logging into the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wicokck.org, as Secretary Parker is monitoring that email. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, August 27th, 2020. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions.
Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Urban Planning and Land Use Department at planninginfo@wycokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting on August 27, 2020 at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda, and items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature, be recognized, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff recommendation. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts at that time. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision. In addition, those who receive notices for this evening's hearing will again receive them for the hearing on Thursday, August 27, 2020. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the July 13, 2020 City Planning Commission minutes. Special use permit application SP 2020-45, Lance Pierce. Renewal of a special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 4028 Booth Avenue. Special use permit application SP 2020-46, Noah Wambui with Ideal Auto. Renewal of a special use permit for a salvage yard and recycle used motor vehicle parts at 810 South 26th Street. Special use permit application SP 2020-59, Stephen P. Maslin. Renewal of a special use permit for an auto salvage yard at 1124 Pawnee Avenue. Special use permit application SP 2020-65, David W. Showalter. Renewal of a special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 433 Ann Avenue. Special use permit application SP 2020-66, David W. Showalter. Renewal of a special use permit for a short-term rental Airbnb at 709 North 5th Street. Special use permit application SP 2020-67, Cheryl M. Snowpack. Renewal of a home occupation special use permit for a dog grooming business at 401 South 82nd Street. Special use permit application SP-2020-69. Robert Diamond Jr. with DA Group Incorporated. Renewal of a special use permit for an automotive repair operation at 1017 Merriam Lane. Special use permit application SP-2020-71. Joseph Collins with Strawberry Hill Brewing Company. Renewal of a special use permit for a microbrewery drinking establishment at 601 Central Avenue. Turner Logistics Center second plat. Final plat for one single-family lot at 6723 State Avenue, one commercial lot at 6801 State Avenue, one industrial lot at 747 North 69th Street, and one right-of-way lot at 806 North 69th Street. Piper Lake North, final plat for a housing development at 12500 Hollingsworth Road. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of these items?
No.
Yes. Secretary Parker, I've had contact with Commissioner Kane and with Mr. Dennis Hayes regarding the Piper Lake North subdivision petition, SB 20404-00016.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Jake Miller and I as well had conversations with Commissioner Kane on the Piper Lake plat.
Okay, anyone else?
No.
Okay, please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated August 10, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of case and contained in the official file, the publication in the Echo for the special use permits, and the notices to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to have anything pulled off the consent agenda for special consideration? If you do, please raise your hand. Mr. David Schopker, excuse me, hope I got the name right.
Yes, thank you.
And sir, what would you like to have removed from the consent agenda?
Piper Lake North Final Plat, SB 20404-00016.
Okay. Thank you. We'll remove that one. Anyone else want anything removed from the consent agenda for special consideration?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Director Hand, Director of Planning. I'd like to remove special use permit SB 2020-59.
2020-59, that's 1124 Pawnee, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Anyone on the Planning Commission wish to have anything removed from the consent agenda? Okay. Seeing none, I will stand for a motion on the remaining items on the on the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Pauly, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Ewing?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Moeller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we'll go back to, in order here, The first item that was removed from the consent agenda was special use permit SP-2020-59, Stephen P. Maslin, renewal of a special use permit for an auto salvage yard at 1124 Pawnee Avenue.
Yes, Mr. Maslin, are you in the audience? Mr. Maslin, are you in the audience tonight? Okay, I am not seeing the applicant in the meeting. Can we go ahead and get some background on the case from the director?
Yes, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a SUP for a renewal. It would be their second renewal for an Ovid salvage yard in the Armourdale neighborhood, just off Pawnee Drive. I'm showing you a couple of pictures here. When we were reviewing the case, we failed to take into consideration a specific code section that allows us to request improvements to this property. Moving forward, I was hoping I could introduce those conditions of approval by oral argument today during the meeting. We have reached out to the applicants to let them know we were going to pull it from the agenda today and have this conversation. They've been amenable to all other conditions and conversations that we've had with them in the past. I want to make the specific point here as we're looking at this gate. Mesh net covering does not suffice for the type of screening that we require for an M3 zoned property. Again, along Pawnee, and as you can see from this old plat, they do have a roughly 15 feet setback on all sides of the property. Again, Pawnee on the south and then the two side streets on either the east or west side of the property. Requirement for a M3 zone, specifically when you're doing a renewal of an SUP, which allows us to provide additional conditions as we see fit for the property. We'd like to bring this property, especially since it's now second renewal, up to code and require a landscape buffer within the right of way. Again, its original approval looked like it had this. Over time, that landscape buffer has effectively been asphalted over and allowed to be parked on with heavy machinery trucks and other uses. You can kind of see it here. They do have a couple of trees along Pawnee around their front gate. It's better in the aerial. Not really, but down here there is a little bit of landscaping, but effectively there's a lot of trucks that potentially it looks like bring in some of these salvaged automobiles, park on the outside after they've dropped it off. And again, there's a lot of uses here. So essentially we were going to ask for, and what we typically do is the requirement is an 8-foot screen fence. For these industrial uses, we typically ask for, especially when they're existing uses, not new or heavily improved uses, it's not a heavily improved site, is to have it converted from what is here, a chain link fence with a mesh over it, to probably a metal panel is the most typical one. But again, also providing a 15-foot landscape buffer on any side of the, adjacent to a public right-of-way. So the two conditions we wanted to specifically add to our conditions of approval are that 15-foot landscape buffer on the 3 right-of-ways, as well as an 8-foot screen fence that meets code requirements. Solid metal panels is typical for this case. So if it was a significant improvement, we would have potentially upgraded that into what is described as architectural screening. And that's where you have sort of the masonry post every so often. Here it says 32 foot on center. So we're not requiring that necessarily on this approval because it is an existing use, but we would like to see it upgraded and improved as per the code. This did happen to a property a few years ago directly across the street as well. So And if you all recall, it was a few years ago that the code specifically was changed for this, but also generally for automobile-related SUPs, as the Board of Commissioners determined that they were nuisances, and we went through an extensive effort to apply multiple different standards to those types of uses through the SUP process moving forward. I apologize, we had to submit this via at the meeting today, but we wanted to make sure we didn't get this lost, especially since it's up for another 5-year renewal.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the director? Seeing none, I will go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that came tonight to speak in favor of or in opposition to this application? If so, please raise your hand electronically, please. Okay, seeing none, we've already heard from the director for staff comments. I'll close the public portion of the meeting. Any final questions for staff before I ask for a motion?
Mr. Chair, real quick, I'd also like to point out that we've been on these cases and all future cases, starting with this docket, but moving forward, we've been working with the county SOAR program, who have seen a lot of illegal dumping specific to used automobile tires. So this case, which again we discussed with the applicant, this is not a part of the addition in the part of my presentation tonight, but I just wanted to let the board, the City Planning Commission members understand that moving forward, we're going to apply what you see here at the bottom, number 3, a standard condition for tire disposal for all automobile uses moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And that was Gunnar, Director of Land Use Planning, speaking. Any questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve the petitioner's request.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones, is that with the additional stipulations added by staff?
Yes, I'm sorry, with the additional stipulations added by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Okay.
Seconded by Commissioner, motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Moeller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong.
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Yui.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Miller.
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application, subject to the revised conditions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. And this will be heard once again on August 27th at 7 p.m. Via Zoom.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to our next application that was removed from the consent agenda, and that is Piper Lake North, final plat for a housing development at 12500 Hollingsworth Road.
Thank you. Mr. Riddle or Mr. Butler, are you available to speak on behalf of this application? Okay, I see Mr. Hoppus and I see Mr. Riddle. I'll go ahead and call on Mr. Hoppus first. Mr. Hoppus, go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about this project.
Sure. Josh Hoppus, 16208 Gilman Road, Lansing, Kansas. I'm the president and CEO of Mutual Savings, the owner of the property. The purpose of this application is to, or the purpose of this plat is to separate the lake spillway and area to the north of the spillway, which is identified as common area on the Canaan Lake plat, and in the declarations from the North Tract, which is not common area. Currently, they're together on one taxable parcel, and we're looking to separate the two.
Okay, Mr. Riddle, did you have anything that you wanted to add? Mr. Riddle, go ahead. Give us your name and address also, please.
This is Andrew Riddle. I'm the platting surveyor, the surveyor in charge. I didn't have anything to add. I just want to make sure Josh had made it.
Okay, I'm sorry you kind of cut out there. I'm not sure we heard everything that you had to say, but I'm assuming that you had nothing else to add that Mr. Hoppus did not. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any questions for the petitioner? I guess I'll start off. Mr. Hoppus, as far as removing the lake from the north section of the property, is it so that the north section can be sold off? Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're a bank. We took this property back, several years ago, and we cannot develop the property. So that's obviously the FDIC and other regulators frown on a financial institution getting engaged in development. So yes, we cannot develop the property at any point. So in order for there to be development of that property, we have to be able to sell it to another developer.
Okay. And has the lake been turned over to the Homes Association?
No. Currently, we still own the lake. We are still owners of the lake.
Okay. Are there any outstanding issues with regard to the lake and it being turned over to the homeowners? I know this property's had a history of inspection issues with regard to the dam. I know that since Mutual Savings has taken over, there's been, I guess for lack of a better term, a lot of drama between Mutual Savings and the homeowners that live out there. So can you kind of bring us up to date on where we're at with the relationship between Mutual Savings and the homeowners that live out there now and the lake and what the plans are?
Yeah, I think you're already aware based on your discussions with Mr. Hayes, but I'll do it again. Yeah, Mutual Savings attempted to turn over the HOA, control of the HOA common areas at the end of 2019. We were in negotiations with the homeowners to get that accomplished. We are no longer. The homeowners rejected our last and best offer, so we will be pursuing other legal remedies at this point. But yeah, we are that issue is ongoing, but again, not relevant to the discussion here because we will still own the lake and spillway and all that after the plat. Nothing changes with the approval of the plat. All it does is simply separate the two parcels. If we continue to own the lake and can't reach a resolution with the homeowners, that is its own situation. But in order for the north track to move forward as a development, the two have to be separated.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? First hand I see is Mr. Again, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, and you can correct me, Mr. Shopker.
Yes, yes, you got me correct. Can you hear me?
Could you go? Yes, go ahead and give us your name and your address, please, for the record.
Thank you. My name's David Shapker. I'm an attorney with Evans and Mullinex in Shawnee, Kansas, 7225 Renner Road, Suite 200, Shawnee. And
go ahead, please.
Pardon me. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Homes Association that's associated with the greater development area of this parcels around Canaan Lake, formerly Piper Lake. The actual parcels that are proposed to be divided by this plat will ultimately be owned by the Homes Association and be managed by the HOA. These currently, the covenants restrictions of the Homes Association are applied to the parcel that is proposed to be platted and broken off from the lake itself. And so the opposition is basically tonight not 100% to deny the ultimate partition of this parcel, because that will need to happen. The position of the Homes Association now is that this is simply premature at this point. Negotiations have been ongoing between MSA and the HOA. I've had the pleasure of working with a very good attorney that's representing MSA, and I think the attorneys at least believe that the possibility for there to be fruitful negotiations going forward is still viable. It's simply that the Homes Association was turned over to the management of the individual homeowner members for the first time in January of 2020. And there at that time was really not any metered or measured fashion proposed to go forward with the actual transition of some other common areas that are also involved, owned by MSA, and also the larger issue, which is the transition of the lake property itself, the dam, the spillway, and the components of that infrastructure. And so the concern at this point that the parties are trying to work through in this transition plan is the deficiencies in the dam itself. And attached to a letter that I sent to the staff is the State of Kansas Department of Agriculture Division of Water Resources conducted a site inspection of the dam and the infrastructure on May 21st of this year. And there were 6 requirements that will have to be addressed going forward with the state of Kansas, and there will have to be a plan submitted or an extension obtained by early next year. And the improvements that are necessary, that are being required, are health and safety improvements, and generally relate to regrading, reconstruction of the dam to uniform width, the establishments of certain benchmarks that are required for measurement of the erosion repair, reconstruction of the spillway, and the construction of a permanent outlet at the toe of the dam to monitor and drain away seepage. So these are all long-term infrastructure improvements that will have to be made to make sure that the lake and the surrounding homes are able to continue into the future as a vibrant and viable, lakeside development. And so the opposition is not necessarily opposition per se to the ultimate approval of this plat. What the HOA would like to be able to do is to come back to the Planning Commission and recommend approval in the future. And the HOA believes that there's the possibility of reaching a fruitful negotiated transition agreement with MSA, and that all that they're asking for at this point is to set the final plat aside for 30 days to allow the finalization of that negotiation process. And that request from the HOA, the corporation itself, is also in line with the individual, a very high number of the individual homeowners in that area who this morning had submitted a petition which contained 106 signatures of the individual homeowners, which essentially asked for the same thing, which is a 30-day set over, hold over on a final determination for this plat.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience wants to speak in favor of or in opposition? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else. Mr. Hoppus, did you want to make any comment as to the request for a holdover on this issue?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that the request for a holdover doesn't make sense here. Mutual Savings will still own the common area, spillway, and everything that's part of the negotiations related to the HOA. The plat and separation of the 2 parcels in no way changes that. The only thing here is basically, I guess if nothing else, a tactic to use this as a negotiating tool by the HOA, delaying us for their ends. We will still own the lake, the spillway, and everything that's subject to the negotiations after this plat is approved. Delaying it for 30 days does absolutely nothing to change that.
Okay, just a question for you then. What if the plat were to be approved this evening, and then again by the Board of Commissioners, what is the process by which MSA turns the lake over to the HOA? Can you just guide us through that process? Could then at such time that the transfer or that the plat is approved, could you just turn the lake over to the HOA in the condition that it's in?
No, I think, and I would want to, I guess, reach out to my legal counsel, but no, I believe that that's part of the process of the negotiations here is the HOA having to accept the common area and working through that process of them doing that. I can't just force the common areas on them if the two tracks are separated.
Well, if the two tracks are separated and you can't come to a successful negotiation, what happens to the lake?
Yeah, that's a good question. We'll have to, we would have to cross that bridge when we get there. But again, the two tracks being separated has nothing to do with me still owning the lake and having to work through that process. The only thing the two tracks being separated does is allow us to move forward, find somebody who wants to purchase and develop that ground, get more rooftops, get more homeowners in the area paying property taxes, paying HOA dues, and helping disperse the costs associated with the maintenance of the common areas. Until those the tracks are separated, nothing can happen. And quite frankly, I can't move forward with negotiations on with the HOA or with finding somebody to purchase the ground.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions before we close the public portion of the meeting and go to staff? Anyone else would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public
Mr.
portion.
Chairman,
Yes.
would it be possible to get a show of hands of those that are present in opposition?
Yes. For those of you that are in attendance on the meeting, they're in opposition to this request. Would you please raise your hand electronically so we can get a count, in addition to the 106 names that were submitted by way of petition earlier today? So I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay, looks like that's 12. Oh, looks like it's 11.
11. All right. Thank you. Okay, I will now close the public portion of the meeting. I'm sorry, Susan Days, did we get that one as well? Okay, thank you. We'll turn the close the public portion of the meeting and we'll go to staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. One point of clarification: final plat does not need to go to Board of Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
So in our review of this case, the only thing that we thought and we requested as per condition of approval would be we typically see these come in with some sort of subdivision plan review, but given the nature of the conversation today, as well as the opposition, which we received after submitting final staff reports, this came in, the original request to pull it off the consent agenda, it came late Friday afternoon, and then we only saw the petition this morning. Staff would have no cause to not allow it to be pushed for 30 days if the if the City Planning Commission saw fit.
I'm sorry, could you just restate the last part? You're okay with a 30-day holdover based on what you found out today and Friday?
Considering all the opposition, if the City Planning Commission felt it was important to carry this over for another 30 days, staff has no objection to that.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Jones. Go ahead and mute.
I had my hand up before because I had wanted to ask Attorney Shopker a question with regard to the point and purpose of the holdover, other than just a sheer delay, kind of speaking to what Mr. Hoppus had said.
Go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and unmute Mr. Shapker. Could you go ahead and just address Commissioner Jones's request as far as what your need for the 30-day holdover is going to be used for?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for the question. So, the final, these final plats, typically we see them, with residential lots on them. This is strictly a block plat with just the outline of the acreage that would be severed off from the lake itself. The HOA and the homeowners, as you can see by the petition, are concerned that any action right now that would officially, create separate tax parcels, there's no downside to waiting, 30 days to get this done. this would necessarily all be included in a comprehensive transition plan that, you know, is under negotiation. And the idea that we would be back as the Homes Association in full support of any sort of additional request for platting at that point in time. Since there isn't an agreement on the transfer, essentially what the commission would be creating is an approved plat that has not taken into account any sort of the real health and safety detrimental impacts that the dam and the spillway could potentially cause here. You know, further to that point is that before residential lots themselves can be platted into there, you know, these are certainly health and safety issues that would have to be addressed at that point in time, hand in hand with, you know, where the roads are going to be placed in there, how many residential plats and so forth. And so any sort of development that will go on further is still going to be contingent on addressing these infrastructure issues as well. And so the HOA is just of a mindset that there's no particular reason why this splitting off of the land has to be approved now, given the state of negotiations, the point at which we are in those negotiations and transfer. And essentially, if negotiations were to some reason fail, the city would be left with a new tax parcel, sheared off, an approved plat, and potentially not a clear path forward on addressing how this infrastructure is going to get fixed.
Mr. Jones, that take care of your question?
Yes, and one more kind of question comment. So it sounds like, Mr. Shopker, because my follow-up question was going to be till I heard you address it. I hope it's amicably worked out, but if it's not, it sounds like you think that the ball is going to be, at least in some degree, back in Director Hand's court.
Well, yes. I mean, I think that without question, this land that is being proposed to be split off. You know, it's residential. You know, it's suitable for residential development. It's next to existing residential plats. It seems like a shoe-in for, you know, in addition to the same type of development that's being done around the lake, and to fit into an overall, you know, upscale lake development there. And so, yes, I mean, I think ultimately whoever is going to develop this land is going to be back in front of the Planning Commission with the proposed plat with the residential individual lots on there, with the typical smaller grassy common areas that you'd see in cul-de-sacs and things like that. And, you know, so those residences are not going to be finalized, or the plat that allows those to be finalized is not going to happen without another visit to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller.
I just had one quick question in that. Do we believe that this can be cleared up in 30 days, or should we consider a 60?
Your question be addressed
to Mr. Shopker, or even staff who knows more. Just my question is whether we think it can be resolved in 30 days, or if we should consider a 60-day I'm sorry, I can't speak. A 60-day holdover to make sure that it gets resolved.
Mr. Shepker, I'll go ahead and let you respond to that.
The HOA is only asking for 30 days at this point. Again, the purpose in this is not to delay. That is not the motivation. The purpose is to make sure that the HOA has been working since the homeowners have taken over in January, only since January. They've been working to try and make this transition an organized and metered and safe and organized transition. And so this is all to that end. And so a lot, of course, relies on input from both of the sides. And so I can only speak to the HOA's side, but you know, at this time we would only ask for 30 days. certainly, I could see the wisdom in the planning commission saying, okay, we'll give you 60. And then I think at that point, you may have the ability to see whether or not, if we think we could get it done in 30, certainly waiting another 30 isn't going to hurt too much. Whereas if it takes longer and we're back in front of you asking for another 30 days, that might be a little not economical use of the commission's time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Miller, does that satisfy your request?
Yes, it did.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
I'll move to hold over for 30 days.
Second.
Motion to hold over for 30 days made by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion for motion to hold over? Janet, can you give me the date for the next meeting?
Sorry, let me unmute myself here. It's going to be October the
September.
Well, no, if we're going to hold it for 60 days.
30 days, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they said 60. 30 days is September 14th.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, motion to hold over is made to motion to hold over for 30 days to September 14th meeting. Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Huey?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Moeller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over this application to the September 14th Planning Commission meeting passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Good luck to both parties.
Mr. Chairman, for those that are on the Zoom call, if you were on the consent agenda, the consent agenda is now completed. You can either leave the meeting or you can stay and listen to the rest of it. The special use permits will be heard again by the Board of Commissioners on Thursday, August 27th, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Janet.
Our first application on the non-consent agenda is change of zone number 3219, Eric Ramirez Dubon. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agriculture District for multiple accessory structures and to keep horses at 3625 Emmons Drive. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated August 10, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated April 16, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated April 17, May 2, June 1, and July 29, 2020. Does any member of the board or of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind you and the commission that this application was held over from the July 13th meeting as the applicant was not present at that meeting.
Thank you, Janet. Okay, Mr. Dubon, I see that you're available. Can you go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your project?
Yes, my name is Eric Dubon. The address is 3625 Emmons Drive. So what I have there, I bought this property, wanting to keep horses, and to be honest, like I explained, I should have done more, investigating myself on the zoning and what I could and could not do. However, I have been cleaning it up. I have been doing a lot to get it there, and all that I want to do is just keep horses. I do live, my house is 2 blocks away from where this property is at 3705 Oak Avenue. And again, I just want to be able to keep my horses there. I have some garden tomatoes and other things, but nothing crazy. So mainly it's just for horses.
Okay, are there any questions for the petitioner? And can you address, I think you've had some codes issues out there, is that correct?
That is correct. So I've had a history of illegal dumping that's been happening on my property, unfortunately, especially when I was out on vacation. But I've been working with codes. I've been working with Matt Smith. He's been out there. I've met with them. We have had a plan to meet once a month for him to come out. And I can show him everything that I'm doing and what I've been cleaning up. And so far, everything has been. My meetings with Matt have been good. In fact, he said he would also reach out to everyone here, or not everyone here, but to Kim and add some notes on as far as what we're doing.
What about your cases of illegal burning operations at the property?
So the illegal burning, that to me was crazy. I was not doing any illegal burning. I had hired some people on that Wednesday to help me clean up because I knew some of these meetings were coming up. They had burned some things. I was not there, and I explained that to the fire department. They came back out 3 days later, and I had a small fire going. It was a few logs, and there was a barrier, some rocks around it, just to warm up the hands. It was a recreational fire. That was nothing but that. I had a big old pile of trash that I had cleaned up from around the area off of Evans Drive that I was getting ready to haul off. And they so on their report, they say that there's an ongoing issue on my property. When I went to pull the reports to see what neighbors have been complaining, and I've also met with the neighbors and asked them, hey, look, if you ever think that I'm causing any trouble or anything, or don't feel free to call where it is that you need to call or reach out to me. We can talk it over, but I'm not doing any burning. And no one has reported anything. I tried pulling up the reports from the fire department, and there hasn't been any. On 410 of this year, there were some tires that were dumped on the entrance of Emmons Drive in Sorter. It was about 25, 30 tires. On 416, all those tires somebody burnt them. And I would figure, that if there's a lot of issues going on with the neighbors, 25, 30 tires is a lot of tires. It causes a big fire, it causes a big scene. But nobody showed up for that. There was on 522, there was a bunch of trash that was dumped on the entrance of Emmons Drive. On June 8th, all of that was burnt. It was causing a huge fire. Nobody showed up for that. So honestly, I don't. I feel like a lot of these. I know the fire department has been out there to my neighbor's property, which is connected to mine, but not. They've never been out to mine specifically because of any reports or any issues.
So you're saying that the complaints that we show on our report are not accurate?
That is correct. There was one time that they went out there again, but I reached out to the fire department and trying to see what complaints have been set by the neighbors or what reports, and there wasn't any.
Okay, we'll get to staff on that in a minute. Anything else you'd like to add before we move on?
No, again, I've been working with the city. I've been working with Matt, and I put up fences on my property about 4 different times now. People would just back up and dump things. However, for the last about 30 days, 60 days, it's stopped a lot. Hasn't been as much illegal dumping going on. I've been working on cleaning everything up. And not only do I clean up my property, but sometimes they leave it in the middle of Emmons roads and people need to get out. I also go out there and I help the neighbors and clean up properties as well. So I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm trying to do everything right. And again, I do work with the city.
Just one final question before I move on. And I know you said you're working on things. were you working on things before you decided to make a change of zone and you need to, I mean, when did you start working so diligently and so neighborly on this project? Was it to get our approval tonight, or were you doing that beforehand?
I was doing that way before. Yeah, I was doing that before. I didn't know what steps I needed to take to be honest. I didn't know that I had to change zoning in order to be able to keep horses. So yes, I had been working, and I have way before I'm cleaning this property up, way before trying to do this. So I've owned it for almost 5 years now. And if you go back to the Google pics of the United or the unified government, and you go back to the history, you can go back all the way to 2008, and you'll be able to see all the trash that was left on that property before I bought it.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand. Okay, I am seeing none, so I will go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff, go to Director Hand for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, as Ms. Parker mentioned, this is a carryover from our July meeting. It's located in the Sorter Drive area, which has had a concerted code enforcement effort over the last almost year now. It's brought forth quite a few cases that we've seen in terms of changes of zone and other variances. This change of zone complies with our code. It's just over approximately 6 acres. The minimum required parcel for an agricultural zone piece of property is 5 acres. We feel confident that through these entitlements and other exercises, we are effectively enabling the property owners to do a better job with their properties so that they can do what they want to do on those properties, have more investment in those properties, and therefore take care of the neighborhood collectively, improve the well-being overall. As Mr. Dubon mentioned, there were a couple of instances throughout the course of his approval process that were addressed. He has been working with code enforcement. There was the issue with, and continues to be the issue in the entire area, not just on Mr. Dubon's property, but the entire area about illegal dumping. Again, empowering communities and property owners to do what they want to do with the property will, we believe, help improve both the cleanup of those illegal dumpings and hopefully in the future the prevention thereof as people become more engaged in the community in general. He mentioned the illegal burns from the people that he had hired. You can see it's been that case, that specific instance was documented, and that citation is noted in the staff report. Specifically, the other issue that was raised by codes in general was in regards to a horse. Mr. Dubon had essentially taken on a horse, an unhealthy horse from one of his neighbors, and helped sort of rear that horse back into health. Unfortunately, codes enforcement officer walked by when he had just received, had just started taking care of that horse. So all of our conditions reflect all 3 of those cases, not as a punishment, but just as a reminder and as a means for us to hold the property owner accountable moving forward in the future as it relates to acquiring permits, specifically during a burn cycle. It's also about providing the information to Mr. Dubon about when and how he can do that. You can get burn permits from the fire department. This last year, we did not actually have a burn cycle. They canceled it. So you do have to be aware of when those things have been canceled and what seasons they are allowed. We do encourage them through our conditions to continue to work through code enforcement issues as they arise and are being remedied. If any buildings were to be built on the property moving forward, they would require a building permit, as well as a couple of conditions about ground cover, again, as it relates to the horse, water, shelter, and food for the horse specifically, as well as some potential issues with regards to the manure and waste disposal of any horse manure moving forward. And so with that, we recommend approval of the change of zone with the attached conditions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
Motion to approve,
Second.
subject to staff stipulation.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Polly, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
You had it.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone application 3219, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on August 27th at 7 p.m. Before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 applications that we're going to hear together. Change of zone application 3227, Veronica Wesselhoff. Change of zone from C1 Limited Business District to C2 General Business District for automotive sales at 2120 Park Drive, and the corresponding special use permit SP-2020-7D. Special use permit for automotive sales at 2120 Park Drive. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated August 10, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated June 18, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated June 19, 2020. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to these applications?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I am not sure that the applicant is on the call.
I believe that she might be. I think I see Veronica on there.
Okay.
Miss Wesselhoff, are you available? Veronica Wesselhoff? Yes. Go ahead. I've already unmuted you. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
Okay, I'm an interpreter for Veronica.
Okay.
She don't speak English.
Okay.
I hope you understand.
Go ahead and give me your name, please.
My name is Hilda Gardea.
And what's your address, please?
It's 2120 Park Drive, Kansas City, Kansas.
Okay. And can you go ahead and tell us about Miss Wesselhoff's project here?
Okay, she's trying to put a dealer like for four to 5 cars only. She's trying to rent part of the building to somebody that is interested in putting like a dealer outside.
Okay. And is there anything else you want to add? Do you have proper parking for all the vehicles on your property, or do you have to use street parking?
No, we have parking in the, well, we have like, we have like a space like for 25 cars.
Okay. Anything else you want to add before I ask for questions?
No.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? I am not seeing any. Is there anyone in the public that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this application? I am not seeing anyone, so I will close the public portion of the meeting. I will go to Director Gunnar Hand for staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Staff recommends denial of this request. The request is to go from a C1 to a more intensive C2 General Business District. As you can see in the location map here. This is in a pocket, it's kind of a triangle lot created by Park Drive. It's just north of Clifton Park, essentially in a residential neighborhood. While some of these spot commercial zone properties along Park Drive certainly add to the character of the neighborhood, we believe increasing the intensity of a commercial use, especially one to a automobile dealership, is inappropriate. There are a couple of issues with the property. In our site visit of the subject property, we noticed a tow truck as well as an automobile being serviced on the site. And while it is adjacent to a gas station, that use is not allowed currently on the site, whether it is for personal vehicle repair or commercial vehicle repair. It's not allowed on a C1 site. The site also has a fence with a barbed wire, which is not allowed in a C1 zone property. It is essentially an office building with a large parking lot in the rear. Again, we don't feel like it's appropriate for this context, adjacent from single family homes in a park. For that reason, we recommend denial.
Thank you. Any questions for the director? Anyone? Okay, seeing no questions, I will stand for a motion.
Motion to deny based on staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion to deny made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Motion for denial. This is for change of zone. Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of change of zone application 3227 for the reasons outlined in the staff report passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, I also need a motion on the special use permit.
Motion to deny based on staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion to deny made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion on motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Commissioner Ernst. Commissioner Ernst. Aye. I got a thumbs up.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
That was an aye from Commissioner Jones.
okay, Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of special use permit SP-2020-70 for the reasons outlined in the staff report passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Ms. Wesselhoff, this will be heard once again before the Board of Commissioners on August 27th at 7 p.m.
Our next application is special use permit SP-2020-3, Marcos Ramirez. Special use permit for a shipping container for storage of boxing ring and chairs at 3308 Strong Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated August 10, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated December 19, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated January 8, January 31, March 2, April 1, May 2, May 28, and July 9, 2020. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No. Thank you. Mr. Ramirez, are you on the call? Marcos Ramirez. I do not see the petitioner on the call. Do we want to go ahead and move it to the end of the agenda and come back?
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next application is Alley Vacation A-2020-10. Will Anderson with BHC Roads. Vacation of an alley at 1521 South 40th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated August 10, 2020, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated July 16, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated July 16, 2020. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Mr. Anderson, see you're on the call. Could you go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about this project?
G'day, Will Anderson, BHC Roads, 712 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, representing the current owner. This is interesting in so much as the house or the residence has been built within what is commonly called the Silver Avenue right-of-way, and it's been there for at least 40 years. When the owner's parents purchased the parcel in 1983, the house residence was already there at that stage, and it was built basically within Silver Avenue. What we're wanting to do is vacate that part of Silver Avenue, which fronts on to South 40th Street. The area of Silver Avenue behind or to the east and the back of this house is an open area that's largely set aside as an open area, and it has a drainage area going through it. The area of Silver Avenue to the east stops short, as you can see on the current picture that you're doing. So what we're asking for is for that parcel to be vacated so the rear line matches the adjoining to the north and to the south, and we would deal with that. We have talked to the neighbour, and the neighbour has supplied a letter basically saying that they would not oppose, they're willing to support the application for vacation. The other issue is that obviously the house is built well over the whole area, and therefore the neighbour is also at this stage not going to oppose the complete vacation going to the landholder, and therefore giving the house a reasonable sized lot. That's what we're asking for at this stage. We had a comment on the report from Public Works that indicated that they weren't necessarily supportive of it because of the stormwater pipe that leads into that. There's a major stormwater that runs north-south through the open area there, and that connects up. It comes through the south parcel and then curls around behind the residence, and that before it joins up with that major pipe. Under state statute, that is protected and allows the public utility to be maintained and visited as required by the unified government, and that's stated in just about every ordinance I've ever been involved in on a public on a vacation of something like this. Basically, that's what we're looking for. We're looking to be able to vacate that parcel and join it up and then give it a proper title to that land. I'm open for any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for the petitioner's representative at this time? Seeing none, I will go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Anyone? Okay, Fran Sutton, go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record.
I'm Cheryl Marcus, the owner of the property.
I'm sorry, who?
Cheryl Marcus, I'm the owner of the property.
Okay, go ahead and give us your, you've given us your name and do you reside at that address?
Yes, 1521 South 40th Street, KCK.
Okay,
Yes, my family's owned that property for almost, like Mr. Anderson said, close to 40 years. When I purchased this house, it had this garage, detached garage attached with a driveway. But it's come to our attention that it is not on the property boundaries as it shows on the Wyandotte County maps. And we're requesting the vacation so our property can be a whole unit. And we've talked to the neighbor to the north, and he agreed that he has no interest in this property. And if it was not vacated, then his rights would come right into my garage area if he had claims to it. So, but he did sign off on that. And we'd like to have this for your consideration, please. And thank you.
thank you. Were you aware that the property was not built within the boundary lines of the property?
That's correct. I did not know. No, sir.
And was this property built by your family or was it obtained later on?
It was obtained, yes, later on.
Okay.
Jeff, would it be okay for me to speak as well?
I'm sorry, is that?
This is
Fran.
Fran.
Okay, yes. If you want to go ahead and step up and then give us your name and address, please, Fran Sutton. And
This is Fran Sutton of 5630 Edgehill, Kansas City, Kansas 66106.
I'm going to need you to either take the phone or get somewhere in front of a microphone because it sounds as if you're in the background.
Oh, sorry, I'm right here with her.
Go ahead.
We were just making sure that the board understood that when she purchased the property, she purchased it as a home with a detached garage. And at some point, and at the time that it was purchased, there was a mortgage and it did have title work completed. But at some point during previous ownership, someone had built the garage in what appeared to be just a vacant lot next to the house. And it wasn't until recently that they learned that the garage was not actually on their property. So they're just making an effort to go through the right process to make it into one unit. If you look here on the north side of the property, which on your screen it would be to the left, you'll see the driveway and a garage. And that is the parcel in question because that driveway and garage is actually Silver Street. It was abandoned at her front yard and just never followed through.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you. Anyone else that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, I'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Just a couple clarifications on our staff report. We do recommend denial of this vacation. Denials, while we do have summaries, this one specifically had some conditions attached to it. You cannot have conditions attached to a recommendation for denial. So by way of this testimony, we'd like to remove those summary statements and simply keep it as a denial. It was mentioned earlier that Public Works had some issues with the property as it relates to underlying utilities that effectively go around the existing home. In our review and research, we found no building permits for this house. It therefore is not a legal non-conforming use. It is an unpermitted house. As such, we recommend that we maintain the future option by the unified government to one day potentially bring Silver Avenue through and not vacate this property. As you can see on the image in the map, as well as if you look at LandsWeb and other documentation, the house and the detached garage are effectively wholly within the public right-of-way. We recommend.
Can you explain to us how much of the lot that the I guess the homeowner owns? How big a lot is that, and how much are they over?
The current lot,
the lot that was purchased to build the house without a permit or anything else.
The lot with the existing address of 1521 South 40th Street is a very small lot. It's about 0.07 acres. The right-of-way is much larger, as that they're requesting to vacate is about 0.18 acres. It's a small lot any way you cut it. But just to illustrate it, let me bring over LandsWeb and zoom in. And you can see to the south, it's a similar situation with Ruby Avenue. I'd also make note that the sort of landlocked parcel here is owned by the tribe of Shawnee. It's one of two national designated historic sites in Wyandotte County. It's the White Feather Monument. This is the parcel.
That's the parcel that is owned by the applicant?
Correct. The majority of the building is inside the public right-of-way.
So there's only a very small portion of the house that was actually built on their lot.
Correct.
Okay, so, but the applicant made it appear that it was just the driveway and the detached structure that was encroaching. And what you're showing me is exactly the opposite.
Correct. It is essentially.
So the highlighted lot is the applicant's lot.
Yes, this one right here.
That is the lot, or the one next to it you had highlighted? That small strip.
Small strip.
So the house was essentially built on the lot next door and encroaches over the lot that they own.
It's roughly a 60-foot wide right-of-way for Silver Avenue.
Okay. Okay. And does the applicant understand that? Because that's not really how it was explained.
Can I talk?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
I think the current owner was explaining was that if the Silver Avenue was vacated, then 50% would go north, 50% would go south. Okay, so that's what she was talking about. If the vacation was basically successful and was to run its true course, then 50% would go to the north owner and 50% would go to the parcel to the south.
Correct.
Roughly, that adds up what she was stating in there. Okay, so that's what I just wanted to clarify that. She wasn't sort of hiding it or anything like that. She was saying.
No, I just wondered if she was mistaken about how much was actually over. Because
I don't think anyone's mistaken about how much is on Silver Avenue. I think everybody realizes that it is on Silver Avenue.
All right, thank you. And Kenner, it explained to me by the agent on the phone call, there was a mortgage, or maybe it was the owner on the property, there was a mortgage at such time. I guess I'm surprised that title work and survey mortgage inspection reports wouldn't have picked up this gross variation of a property that was built almost entirely on the wrong lot.
You know, there's a history of these types of occurrences throughout the UG. We certainly don't proactively try to, unless there was a future need to extend Silver Avenue. You know, we effectively allow them to remain in operation. But we in Public Works would like to keep the public right-of-way in the public right-of-way.
What would happen if if for some reason the right of way was needed, what would happen to the home?
Because the land is not owned by the applicant, I'm sure, I mean, again, it would be an agreement between the UG and the property owner at that time, but effectively it's illegally built on the public right of way, so we could demolish it. I don't think we want to, nor are we advocating that we do that. I think we are saying here effectively that we would prefer that this somehow stay grandfathered in, but the only thing we can do right now is not approve this vacation. And that would be our request.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Jones?
So Gunnar, in essence, really, approval of a vacation would almost compound the problem in some sense, or just not be the correct resolution.
Depends on what side you're on. We believe that we should keep potential access for Silver Avenue to connect through as it's been always plotted. Again, there have been no building permits for this building, so we believe it is unpermitted, therefore not a legal non-conforming. If someone had given them a building permit in the past, it would have been legal non-conforming, then there would be a different situation here potentially. But we can't effectively say that we're going to grandfather this in or require them to do one thing because the UG owns the land and they built on top of it. Whether over the course of time, bad record keeping, sometimes these things get passed along without any title work being done. I can't tell you if that happened necessarily in the 80s when the current applicant applied it, but when these things happen, what usually happens is the person who's holding the bag at the end of the day has to account for all of the previous life of this building, right? So,
Mr. Gunner, this is Fran Sutton. Could I just make a couple of comments?
not my meeting.
They're going to have to be brief, Fran, because the public portion of the meeting has already been cut off. But go ahead.
Well, I didn't want anyone to lose sight of the fact that the property was built in 1955 and has been openly occupied for all of this time, has changed hands 3 or 4 different times, and at least the last 2 sales involved mortgages and title insurance.
And to be honest, Fran, being in real estate, there would be a valid claim against the title insurance company for this problem, especially if it was missed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Gunnar, can you go back to what you were saying, or did you get the question answered to Commissioner Jones? Commissioner Jones, was your question answered?
Yes, so just in the interest, because I'm with you with what you just mentioned, Chairman Carson, in terms of, the responsibility or some measure of fault lying with the title company or others that didn't discover this. So just because the property owner is in this dilemma, Director Hand, the UG, as far as you know, has no designs. And so when you say, I think I heard you say, just leave it grandfathered in, she would just be allowed to stay status quo as is, as far as you know right now.
That is effectively what's happened for the last 60+ years. Is we've just
but unable.
Any other questions from the commission to staff? Go ahead, Commissioner Pauly.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Hand, where this is going to leave the homeowners in terms of, will they be able to sell this property again in the future? Now that we know the situation as it stands, you may or may not be able to answer this question, but I feel like we'll be leaving them in a very strange and precarious position.
I think from a real estate standpoint,
I would make the argument that we didn't leave them anywhere. Their title company did.
Well, that's fair.
They own that property, and we have always owned that right of way. And someone, not the applicant, built that piece of property on top of a right of way that they should never have. So I'm not advocating we take it. I'm not advocating we demolish it. I'm not advocating that we will potentially ever build Silver Avenue through. but the city is obligated to look at this from a 100-year perspective, and there might be a day where we do want to add Silver Avenue through. And as such, and because there's existing utilities within it from Public Works and others, what we can do is not what we recommend, and what we see is that the UG can do is not approve a vacation and basically just let them be. What that does to their property is unfortunate, but not caused by us.
Understood.
They would have a claim against the title company for missing it.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Sorry, Director Hand. So how was this discovered, this dilemma?
They came in for an application to vacate the property.
That
They're
is
trying to do they're trying to do right and buy the right thing, to no fault of their own. They, at some point, again, you could ask them, but they came in for the vacation, and they are not alone. There are other rights of way that have been built on that, we let lie because we're not in the business of this, whether it is legal or not, it is still someone's home. So we're not in the business of taking people's homes and demolishing them just because they happen to be in the public right of way and they've been there for the last 60 years. So we're effectively not going to touch it, but we, again, do want to maintain the right for future use of Silver Avenue.
Commissioner Jones, do you have a secondary question?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? So Gunnar, just to recap, if the motion is made for denial, the applicants can stay in their home. Now, what happens whether they file a claim back against the title insurance company or anything like that? That's among them to do that. But your recommendation is to preserve the rights of the easement so that if it's ever needed, it's there. Correct?
That is correct.
But it's not going to affect, there's not any other stipulations. The other stipulations that are in the staff report are not going to apply, correct?
We'd ask that those be removed from the denial because it's, again, it was caught by staff. They should never have been included. We can't technically require them to grandfather or not pass the property on because it's not property for them to pass on.
Okay. But they can continue to maintain their property and own that property until such time that easement would become necessary for development or
no one's ever used that.
Correct. Okay. Correct. Again, they do own property. It's just not the property that the building was built on top of.
And whether or not it's saleable or anything like that down the road, that's a legal question for an attorney, a land use attorney and a title company and that kind of thing.
Yep.
Okay. Any final questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve this.
Your motion is to approve the request for vacation of the easement? Okay. Is there a second for the request for approval? Seeing none, that motion dies for lack of a second. I'll stand for another motion.
I'll make a motion to deny this petition.
And reason for denial, please, Commissioner Miller?
Director Hand's comments.
Based on recommendations on the staff comment?
Yes.
Second.
I'm sorry, second by Commissioner Huey.
Yes.
So motion made for denial made by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Discussion on the motion. Okay, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
No.
Polly?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of this vacation application passes 6 in favor and 1 opposed.
Okay, thank you. This was a tough one, given the circumstances, but this will be heard once again before the Board of Commissioners on August 27th at 7 p.m. Good luck to everyone.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to our plan reviews. The first one is PR-2020-17, Doug Clements with USD 500. Preliminary and final plan review to remove previously approved sidewalk stipulation for Lowell Bruni Elementary School at 2220 North 89th Terrace. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated August 10, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners dated July 16, 2020. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I need to make the applicant a panelist so that they can share their screen. So that's going to take just a second.
I have my hand raised. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Armstrong.
It's fine. I have a screaming baby I need to go check on real quick.
Okay, do we still have quorum, Janet, without?
Yes,
Commissioner
we
Armstrong?
will.
All right, we're fine.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Chair, Brian Hill and Doug Clements are present to present.
Okay, great. Mr. Clements, do you want to go first, or?
I will. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead and give us your name, please, for the record.
Yes, Doug Clements. I'm the Director of Physical Properties for the Kansas City, Kansas Public School District. Offices at 2010 North 59th Street in Kansas City, Kansas. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commission. Pleasure to be here, such as it is. Again, it's been a while since I've had a chance to come before the Commission. I appreciate your time. We want to go back and review the plan for Lowell Bruni Elementary now on 89th Terrace. This is actually one that we've been working on for a while. Frankly, I've been working on it since the latter part of 2017. We brought this to the Commission, would have been early summer of 2018, which was approved, and there was no stipulation for the sidewalk that we wanted to talk about tonight. Now, when we went to the City Commission meeting, there was some concern about 91st Street. This is all just for a little bit of refresher about how we got where we're at. So there was concern about our planned connection to 91st Street, and the desire. Okay, I'm probably stealing some of Brian's thunder here, but so we had to go back through, and through that process, we had to turn the building, changed our access, which Brian will go all over. At some point in there, someone decided that this sidewalk would be a good idea, and I will tell you that we opposed it then. We did not think it was a good idea for various reasons, and those reasons have not changed. So really, at this point, I want to turn it over to Brian Hill with MKEC Engineering, and let him go through some of that same history I just gave you, and we can talk about where we've come from that time.
Good evening. My name is Brian Hill. I'm with MKEC Engineering on behalf of USD 500 11827 West 112th Street, Overland Park, Kansas 66210. As Doug mentioned, we're here on behalf of Lowell Bruni Elementary School, and the sidewalk stipulation from previous planning approvals on the project. So I mentioned in June, the project passed Planning Commission with no sidewalk stipulation. And then in August and September of 18, the stipulation was added after comments from UG staff at a previous Board of County Commissioners meeting. The stipulation was to attempt to find a solution for a sidewalk to be constructed at Waverly Avenue. So basically from the school property across another property over to Waverly. The district has had multiple conversations with previous and current landowners of the adjacent property, as well as property owners on Waverly. And the adjacent property owner has been adamantly against the sidewalk and will not grant an access easement for a sidewalk connection. One thing to note, and we'll go over here in a minute too, that the original plan for Bruni Elementary had vehicle access off of 91st Street on the west, and that has changed through the course of the project with a partnership with UG. A roadway is being provided to parallel, which will provide both roadway and sidewalk access. Here's the overall plan for the school. The school property is here. 91st Street is here. I apologize, that's mislabeled. 91st Street on the west side. Here is the access, as mentioned before, that is currently being constructed, 89 Terrace, and then the 91st to 90th Street connection here off of Parallel. The adjacent property here is owned by a private homeowner whose house is located here. That is between the Bruni Elementary property and Waverly Avenue. Right now, with the roadway access project, sidewalk connectivity is being provided to the site from Parallel to the south. There is new sidewalk being installed along 89 Terrace as well as 90th and 91st Street. There was existing sidewalk along the healthcare facility here, and new sidewalk has been added along this stretch and now along this stretch in front of the church to provide connection to 88th Street and to the neighborhood to the east. So with that sidewalk connection being in place, this sidewalk connection here is no longer needed to provide pedestrian access to the site, as well as now with the road access here as opposed to being on 91st Street. So that gives you a little overview of the current and proposed connections to the property with sidewalk and with roadways. Again, this shows the school property in blue, the adjacent property in orange here. Again, the USD 500 does not own the property. The stipulation that was placed on the project during the previous approval stipulated a sidewalk from Bruni Elementary across this property the district does not own to connect to Waverly. Again, I've had multiple conversations with the previous and current landowners. They're opposed to granting an easement and having a sidewalk on their property. Sidewalk would have a negative impact on that adjacent property for many reasons. So we'll go through some of those here quickly, just due to location, terrain, location of the driveway. There's an existing water transmission main easement that already bisects the property going north to south. There has been conversations by Unified Government staff regarding condemning property. And as a practice, USD 500 is not condemn property, and especially in this case, that is not an option to the district. Second item is safety. This area is fairly heavily wooded. It has very steep terrain. There's about 30, 40 feet of fall across here between the school and Waverly. With grasses, it is not visible from view, really even that well from Waverly, and is really not a safe area for students to traverse to get to the school. There's currently no sidewalks on Waverly or in the neighborhood in general. So this sidewalk, if constructed, would tie directly into a cul-de-sac, which we don't feel is a safe condition there. Also, the district has changed its busing policy for the school so that all students in this neighborhood have the option to be bused, even though they would normally be inside of a busing radius. So all students have the opportunity to be bused to the school if they want to do that. Again, other concerns is just feasibility of building it. Again, the existing terrain is too steep to provide ADA compatibility on the sidewalk. Also, you'd have a sidewalk that this house here's driveway is kind of an L-shaped here going to the end of the cul-de-sac on Waverly. That sidewalk would be in very close proximity to the house and to the driveway, causing students to be in very close proximity to it. Also, the concern is that this would encourage parents to pick up and drop off on the cul-de-sac, which the cul-de-sac currently is smaller than a standard size cul-de-sac. And that would be a burden to the neighbors on Waverly, as well as the school district wants to promote traffic coming into the school site and dropping off students here at the school. One precedence on this is the new Gloria Willis Middle School. There's actually a dead end street on the south side of that school, and sidewalk on the school property was connected down to that street. And now parents are starting to try to use that end to drop off students to avoid some of the proper drop-off procedures. This caused issues with neighbors, cars driving over grass, and different things. And so we want to avoid that condition here on Waverly. Here are a few pictures looking from the Waverly cul-de-sac. This is Mrs. Lee's driveway here, the property owner going to her house, looking at her driveway. You can see here, really the only opening there is just for her driveway with a row of trees, and then more significant vegetation on her property between Waverly and the school. This is a view looking back to the east on Mrs. Lee's property there, just showing some of the terrain, the fall, and some of the vegetation there that exists. Students would need to navigate. In the staff report that we received late Friday, had a recommendation from staff that a sidewalk be constructed between Mrs. Lee's property and Mr. Brown's property here to the east, come down their property line, and then come across here to access the school property. We did evaluate that route. And as you can see here from the contours on the map, there's a pretty significant ravine down through here, woods, fence, and just a lot of obstacles here on that suggested route for the sidewalk in the staff report. Again, that route would impact two property owners, be in proximity to Mr. Brown's driveway here, literally right next to his driveway. You have a steep ravine and waterway here, and then the route is secluded and hidden by trees and topography along both sections of that route. Here are some pictures there between Mr. Brown and Mrs. Lee's property. there showing trees, fences, power poles, and then eventually dropping off behind Mrs. Lee's property into the tree ravine there on the backside.
Mr. Hill, excuse me, but I just wanted to let you know you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Jen. Here's some additional pictures of the south side there of some of the denser woods, the ravine, and then some of the denser woods along the south side between Mrs. Lee's home and the school. So in summary, the school district, the USD 500, requests the removal of the sidewalk stipulation. School district has multiple conversations with the property owners and are not agreeable to the sidewalk or granting access easements. Again, the school district does not own on the property. Just the impact to the adjacent property, both in function, future function of the property, as well as as value. There's a safety consideration. Students walking and traversing this area that's hidden back behind trees and other properties. Again, just the feasibility items we discussed with the terrain, with the trees, with the ADA considerations. And also, USD 500 has partnered with the UG to provide access from parallel in lieu of 91st Street. And now there is now sidewalk connectivity from parallel and now to 88th Street in the neighborhood that was not there previously and was really not under consideration with previous preliminary development plan approvals there when the access was looking to be off of 91st Street. So that's something that is changed here as we've gone through the approval process and have that sidewalk connectivity. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Mr. Clements if he wants to make any additional remarks.
I do, just very briefly. Thank you, Brian, for that. But I really want to emphasize our major concern is primarily the safety for the students. I know that has been a topic of conversation. We do not believe this is a safe route. I know way back when in the subsequent planning, the development process, after the first one was approved and then not, somebody asked, well, what's the safe route to get to the school? And the answer is to use the busing services that our transportation department has agreed to provide to that entire neighborhood. That is the safest route to get to the school. And then, of course, we're also very concerned about the impacts, the negative impacts, very negative impact to the property owner just directly to our east. That's a 5-acre tract of ground, inviting students and people to walk across their property, and what that might mean for them by bisecting their 5-acre tract of ground. But not only negative impact of them, but all the neighbors up and down Waverly. We do have concerns about people attempting to use that as a parent drop-off point, which was not the intent. That should be over there on the school property. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the commission, and thank you for your time and consideration, and we'll stand for any questions.
Great. Thank you, Doug and Brian. Questions for the applicant? Anyone? Okay, seeing none, I'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in attendance tonight that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I will close the public portion of the meeting. I will go to staff Gunnar Hand for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take back the screen here. And just get us down to everybody so we're oriented. Again, this is off Parallel Parkway at 90th Street, 99st Street. The applicant did a good job sort of explaining the context, similar to what we had in our property as it relates to some of these pictures and so on and so forth. There's a couple points that we would like to make in support of our recommendation to deny. First and foremost, this is a condition of an approval that was accepted by the applicants previously, accepted to the point where they went ahead and built the school. and are only now coming back and requesting that one of their conditions be removed thereof. Secondly, the UG in our staff report included a letter that documents our willingness to condemn the property for the school district so long as they pay for that easement, which they did not agree to. It's not that they didn't want to use it. We offered to use our power of eminent domain for them. They didn't want to do that either. As such, in our staff report, we also put forward an alternative to the route that would not require condemnation by using existing utility easements on either side of a property line. Again, I think staff recognizes there are issues with both alternatives, but it leaves us with the same situation, which is we believe that, and this goes back to both the original siting of the school, original conversations and agreements between the UG and the school district, which ultimately led to the construction of that's happening right now, connecting essentially 90th to 91st and that roadway improvement. We still believe that creating a walkable environment for students to schools is a good goal. We do recognize that there have been improvements on Parallel Parkway, but we would also then offer up, if either of the routes were unacceptable to the Planning Commission, there is an option for potential in lieu fee, where a future safe routes to school, potentially on 91st Street, could be accommodated as a condition for a future project. As a background, we have submitted a safe routes to school application in this most recent round with the federal government. That next round won't happen for another 2 years. But we think that there is potential going all the way back to some of the original conversations with the school district on this school siting and on this school improvements thereof, of potentially adding a safe routes to school improvement along sidewalks along 91st Street, potentially all the way up to Georgia. So we would offer that as a third alternative instead of just removing the condition and its intent, that we could maintain its intent through a potential in lieu fee. With that, we defer to the City Planning Commission, but we do recommend denial of removing this condition.
Questions for staff? Gunnar, can you when you talk about the fee in lieu of, what are you talking about there? What does that amount to?
Typically, with a Safe Routes to School project, there's a local match to a federal grant money. An in lieu fee would probably, it certainly wouldn't be all of that cost, but it could be a portion of that cost moving forward in a future application in partnership with the school district. Very similar to the partnership that we're currently supporting with the Safe Routes to School elsewhere in the district.
Okay. And in your experience, how often do we have projects that are approved with stipulations and then they get built and then the applicant comes back and asks to have one of the stipulations removed after the project is built?
Having only been here for 4 months, this is the first time for me. As I understand it, in conversations with the previous director, it happens. It shouldn't have happened after the school got built.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Ernst.
I would remind the commission that this board passed it without that. It was the planning or the city commission that added it. Not that that matters. It's a condition. I would like Gunnar to better articulate perhaps door number 3 and the final option you discussed. How would one put that in the form of a motion?
Well, first off, let's make sure that's not a zonk. Door number 3 could always have a zonk behind it.
I'm afraid options 1 and 2 have a little of that to them right now, in my opinion.
Okay, Gunnar?
I think that we could craft a motion where we could work out the details of that with the school district moving forward. I think it would be inappropriate for us to pick a number or percent just because we don't know what the overall cost is. We have a general idea of what that cost is because it was a part of the original negotiations to improve 91st Street. This was when the school was facing 91st. It's obviously, as the applicants described earlier on, it's changed quite a bit since then, and we've moved on to a different agreement. But at one point there was a a cost estimated for that use. Obviously, it's changed in the years since the construction's begun. It'll change in the 2 years that we move forward, but I think we could write a condition in partnership with the school district where we agree to move forward with that project together in some way, shape, or form.
Commissioner Ernst, does that satisfy your? Okay. Commissioner Mueller, I see your hand, but before I go to you, I'm going to go to legal counsel to see if he has something he needs to add that we need to hear. So Patrick Waters.
Oh, thanks. I just did want to clarify the record. The stipulation actually did come from the Planning Commission. In fact, Chairman Carson added that stipulation way back when. So this was something that originated from this body.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mueller.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I live in close proximity to TA Edison, and we waited for safe routes to schools, sidewalks for years and years. And after seeing the majority of the completion and the difference that it's made in an older school, I find it relatively flabbergasting that we're building a brand new school and we're even contemplating using safe route to school money matches, and God only knows the time frame involved. I'm kind of flabbergasted about this whole thing, and I'm going to vote to deny.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Okay, and I'm going to use your
I'll second.
I'm going to use your previous testimony as reasons for denial, and second goes to Commissioner Miller. Is that correct? Okay. Discussion on motion for denial. Okay, seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Buie,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of this application, subject to the comments by the maker of the motion and the reasons listed in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on August 28th at 7 p.m. Before the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is Master Plan Amendment MP-2020-6. Ryan Kronk with KC The Yards 2 LLC. Master Plan Amendment from industrial to mixed use at 200 South James Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated August 10, 2020, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo dated July 16, 2020, and the notices to property owners dated July 16, 2020. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No. I'm sorry, Janet, are you on 2020-6? Did we skip one?
Yes.
I think we skipped 2020-19.
I guess I was just trying to hurry things. I apologize. Our next application is Plan Review PR 2020-19, Security Bank. Final plan review for a new bank for Security Bank at 5523 Leavenworth Road. Does anyone have any contact to disclose with regard to that case?
No. Okay, Mr. Brandon Wiederholtz. I believe I've got you queued up to speak. Could you go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project?
Yeah, my name is Brandon Wiederholt. I'm the facilities manager for Security Bank of Kansas City, headquartered at 701 Minnesota Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. Just want to start off by saying that we are very excited about presenting this redevelopment project of a dated car wash near 55th and Leavenworth Road so that we can create a vibrant new banking center in this deserving community. We've served the community for 80 plus years at 6000 Leavenworth Road, and we plan to stay in the community for a long, long time. Our current location near 61st and Leavenworth Road is hidden behind a dilapidated shopping center, which is not ideal. It's hard to get to by customers. It's really just hard to see from the roadway and frontage. And so when this frontage lot near 55th and Leavenworth Road, this current site, which is 5523 Leavenworth Road, presented itself, we were ecstatic. It was a perfect opportunity for us to build a new bank on Leavenworth Road frontage while enhancing the area aesthetics. I just want to address some concerns around the building orientation and design that I've heard in previous meetings. I'd like to briefly speak to the vision for this site. As with all projects that we begin, our number one goal is the safety and security of our patrons and the community in which we serve. As for the renovation, relocation, and new build of facilities, we always continue to look forward while learning from the past. We focus on enhancing the character and quality of each neighborhood in which we serve. But that being said, in banking today, it demands increased security in every facet of our business. Whether you conduct banking through a drive-through, ATM, online, through your mobile site, one thing's certain, everyone expects their banking experience to be safe and secure. And that's whether you're on site at a bank branch or doing your banking online or mobile. I'm sure you can all agree with that statement that security is top of mind when you're dealing with money. So as you can see by our design, we've tried to mitigate all of those security risks by increasing street visibility, increasing the glazing towards the front of our building while decreasing it in the rear. Now I'm starting to get into the design aspect, so I want to take the time and give the opportunity for our architects, Hollis and Miller, and then our engineering firm, Bartlett and West, to speak with more detail. Michael?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm
Go
Mike
ahead and give us
Robichaud.
Thank you.
Mike Robichaud with Hollis and Miller Architects. So we did design this building, like Brandon said, with a lot of security in mind. And one of the aspects to this bank design is that you have a lot of glazing and glass that you can see where the drive-through lane is. And then on the back side of the building, you have it protected. So there's no windows, there is not any ability for people to come in through the back of the building. The public, not so easy to break in from the back. So the back is really closed off where all the public spaces to the bank are. And then the private spaces, the public spaces, the lobby and everything are in the front of the building that do look out onto the drive aisle and the street frontage. And that is specifically designed for safety in mind. If you think about reversing this building and putting the back, what is the back of the building on the street frontage, there would be no windows on there because you want your windows to be looking at the drive-through. The drive-through would be hidden in the back, and it would cause a real big security issue with putting everything in the back of the building where you don't have street frontage and you don't have passerbys to see what's happening at the bank. So that was the direction that we had designed this building in, and that's where we are right now.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone, does any of the members of the commission have any questions for the applicant?
We do have another consultant that is going to speak as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead, please. And then is that Caitlin?
Yep.
Go right ahead.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please just give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, Caitlin Wolf, 12198 South Pine Street, Olathe, Kansas. If you could go to the site plan, I can speak to the site plan arrangement a little bit on the slide before. We understand the commercial design guidelines, want the drive lanes on the back side of the lot However, as Brandon and Michael have spoke to, security reasons, they really need to be more visible from Leavenworth Road. And taking that into consideration, we have attempted to put as much parking on the side of the building as the design codes suggest it be on the side or the rear of the building instead of in front of it. And with the size and shape of this lot, locating the parking on the side of the building is really the best we can do. We can't, width-wise of the lot, we cannot and parking on the side or rear of the lot while maintaining safety. And so by locating our parking on the west side of our lot, we have also allowed pedestrian access from the sidewalk on Leavenworth Road to the front door, ADA compliant and everything, and it does not cross the colored lanes and ATM lanes. So if cars are waiting in queue there, pedestrians would not be crossing their path. And we've also already worked through fire safety with the fire department, and they have clarified that it's okay that our fire truck only accesses the east drive that's 20 feet wide and then can back out since the lot is not too deep for that purpose. So we've designed with the fire safety in mind, as well as clearly with the safety of users and employees of the bank. And I think that's all I had. I don't know, Brandon, if you had any closing comments.
Gunnar, I don't think, Caitlin, what was, you wanted the site plan called up? Is that what you wanted called up? Because I don't think we saw,
Yes,
there we go.
There you go, yeah. So this shows, even though we have the drive lanes, located on the north side of the site, which is next to Leavenworth Road, we have tried our best to put the parking, on the side of the building, not also in front of the building. And then the architects have really done a good job designing the building so that even though we have teller lanes, there's still that main entry node, right at the front. And so it's visible from Leavenworth Road. It's not like we're putting, the worst side of the building towards the road. We've really tried to maintain a nice visual aspect as well as the safety of patrons.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the presentation standpoint?
This is Brandon with Security Bank again. I'd like to make one comment and then I'll see if our director of the retail division would like to speak.
Is that Mr. Davies?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to state that the purpose of that pre-application meeting was for us as a business to get comfortable and get a comfort level on moving forward with this project. And I believe that was back in February. And our comfort level was high enough that we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this design and this site and plan as it sits today. So anything other than this plan would be, would not only put us in a financial hardship, but it would also create scheduling issues with our closing that's set for September 12th of next month. Thank you.
Okay,
Tom?
thank you. Mr. Davies, would you like to speak?
Yes, my name's Tom Davies. I'm the Executive Vice President over the Retail Division for Security Bank of Kansas City at 701 Minnesota Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66101. I would just add that, our current location at 6000 Leavenworth Road, as Brandon said, sits way back off the road. We acquired that bank many years ago. It was an independent bank that we purchased, and we didn't really pick that site. We got it through acquisition. As time has gone on, the shopping center has really not maintained itself well, particularly the parking lot that you have to drive through to get to it. We do have an ATM that's in that parking lot up close to the road, and our plans are to leave that there. We lease that space separately from the building that we own on the back of the property. So not only are the residents on 6000 or on Leavenworth Road going to get a new branch and a new ATM, they're going to get to keep their old ATM as well. We are the only bank in the area. We really do believe this is an important piece in our footprint. However, we can stay where we are. We just saw this site. I would probably tend to agree with staff on putting a drive-through on the side had this been on a corner, but it's not on a corner, and it is as close as we could find to our present site, and we did not feel like we could move very far away. So with that, you know, from the security standpoint, at 75th and State, we have had customers robbed at the ATM. So if the ATM were on the backside or between buildings, I think that would pose a major safety concern. We have had a window crashed at 10th and Central, and the person tried to rob us but was unsuccessful, thank goodness. And we've had commercial depositors robbed at as they were entering the bank on the plaza after hours to put their deposits in the night drop. So safety is of paramount. And the last thing I would say is that at Tiffany Springs, we have a branch, and we have actually placed 3 ATMs in that branch in different places. And because it cannot be seen by anyone driving by, all 3 of those ATMs were pulled off with a chain and a truck. And so that branch consequently has no ATM. So that is why we are so in tune to putting our ATMs where there is lighting, where there's traffic, where people can see them, and the customer feels safe. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicants? Anyone? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in attendance that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting and we'll go to Director Gunnar Hand for staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Just as a quick background on this project, it originally came to us as a variance. In our initial review of that variance, we were able to work through enough of the issues that it no longer needed a variance. One was for parking, one was for an enclosure, I think, in the rear and some queuing, but we were able to sort of work with the applicant so that they effectively had to resubmit as a plan review. We reviewed that site plan, which was described by the applicant just now. The way that the commercial design guidelines are written is they are your city planning commission's guidelines, and only you can change them. It's our job to uphold them. And in those guidelines, it requires any drive-through parking to drive-through function of a business to happen in the rear or the side. And this very clearly happens in the front. So our recommendation is to move forward with approval, condition that they move the drive-through parking to the side. However, the applicant just gave you all the reasons why they want to stay with their current design. And so we defer to the City Planning Commission on their decision.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Anyone? Okay, seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
I move to approve, and I will approve based on the current line, based on the current proposal sent by Security Bank with the
modification. So your motion is for approval based on the modifications submitted by the applicant? To put
yes, not the ones by staff.
Okay, we'll make it sound better.
That's perfect.
The motion is to approve the applicant's request
as submitted.
As submitted. Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Yeah, second.
I've got several, so we'll give that to Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion on motion to approve the applicant's request as submitted? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this application as submitted by the applicant passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Great. Thank you. This will be heard once again,
Mr.
August
Chairman?
20. Yes.
This is a final plan review, so it will not be heard
So will
again.
not be. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
the much needed improvement to the area. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, this takes us back to the application I called previously.
Wait a minute.
Master Plan Amendment MP-2020-6.
Right.
Ryan Cronk with KC The Yards 2 LLC. Master Plan Amendment from industrial to mixed use at 200 South James Street. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Mr. Cronk, I see you in the audience. Are you available?
Yes, I'm right here.
Great. Thank you. Sorry for getting your hopes up that you were going to be heard earlier and then had to dash those hopes, but we welcome you now.
Yes, thank you. I was pretty excited for a minute. Yeah, I'm actually, my name's Ryan Cronk. I'm with Flaherty and Collins, KC Yards. We're based in Indianapolis, Indiana. And I've actually got our local Kansas City council on the phone, Aaron March, and with White Goss, and I'm going to kind of turn it over to him, and I'll be available for questions later.
Okay, Mr. March, I've got you queued up to speak. So if you give us your name and address, please, for the record, and go ahead with your project.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Aaron March. I'm an attorney with the Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm, address 4510 Bellevue in Kansas City, Missouri, here today representing KC The Yards 2 LLC. Our application is a very simple one. We are asking you to recommend and endorse our application to amend the master plan, a designation for approximately 17-acre piece of property between the Kansas state line and the Kaw River. It's actually one of the few parcels on the east side of the Kaw River within the unified government boundaries. It's currently master planned as industrial, and we're asking that you designate 13 of those acres as mixed use so that we can proceed on Thursday night, or the Board of Commissioners can proceed on Thursday night to make a finding that the proposed TIF district is in conformance with the city's comprehensive plan. We are calling for redevelopment of a 3-acre site as the second phase of the Yards Apartments. We are the phase 1, we are the blue area. The area to the north of us is owned by the consenting property owner, Mr. Bill Haw, who we are buying property from. It's our hope to come back not only in phase 1, but later in Mr. Haw's development or ownership to build yet a third phase of our luxury apartment project that we have built on the Missouri side of the state line called the Yards 1. This is simply the first step in that process. We will come back before you with a rezoning application and with detailed development plans. And the mixed use application or designation will not only allow for our multifamily and attendant supportive retail, but it will also allow for the redevelopment of the levee into an active, vibrant area. We're looking for access to the river for kayak uses. And this is all in keeping with making this an asset for the community as opposed to simply a blank undeveloped area. We have read the staff report and we agree with all of the stipulations and comments within the staff report. And would ask that you pass this along to the Board of Commissioners. Both I and Mr. Cronk would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? I am not seeing any. I will open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll get staff comment.
Hey, Mr. Chair, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Typically, when we see a master plan amendment, we like to see it accompanied by some sort of development plan. Although this is a standalone master plan amendment, the applicant has provided us with a description that we felt comfortable with moving this application forward. I will say that we do recommend approval. We believe that this change better reflects the changing nature of the West Bottoms area and the development happening adjacent to the Hy-Vee Arena. We do think that this master plan amendment better reflects the highest and best use for the property, as well as all of the work that the UG is currently doing, both raising the levees and adding additional levee enhancements through that project. We have submitted a request for a grant with the federal government to, when the Army Corps of Engineers finishes their raising leveeing project, to go back and add additional trails and other amenities right adjacent to this location. So it is quite fitting. We recommend approval.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Mueller, seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this master plan amendment passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, thank you. This will be heard once again, August 27th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, before we go on to our presentation on the central area plan, we need to go back and take care of the one item that we moved to the end of the agenda, and that is special use permit application SP-2020-3. Marcos Ramirez, special use permit for a shipping container for storage of boxing ring and chairs at 3308 Strong Avenue.
Mr. Ramirez, is there anyone here to represent Mr. Ramirez on the call? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and go to Director Hand for his opinion or for his comments, and then we'll see where we want to go with that.
Yes. Again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This application came into us based on a notice of violation. In one of our code cases, we drove by and saw a storage shipping container in the rear of this property, issued a notice of violation for that and some workout tires. If you're familiar with CrossFit, they'll flip big tires. They do that at boxing gyms as well as a workout. And so Mr. Ramirez, to remediate that notice of violation, submitted this special use permit for the shipping container. This is located essentially in the Argentine neighborhood along Strong Avenue. That shipping container in the rear of the property, which you can see right here, also took up some of the required parking. Mr. Ramirez has secured an off-site parking agreement with an adjacent property owner. As such, although he is not here, I think that we can move forward with our recommendation for approval. The conditions address the issues mentioned in my description, which are to make sure that there's nothing essentially combustible stored in that shipping container, to maintain a off-site parking agreement for the life of the 2-year approval with that adjacent property owner, as well as, because it abuts, and you can see from a single-family neighborhood, we asked that he painted the shipping container to match the building. The applicant agreed to all of those conditions, so we would say we could go ahead and move forward with our recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Any questions for the director? I'm not seeing any, but I will open up the public portion of the meeting to make sure there's nobody here in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition of the request. Seeing none, if there are no questions for the director, I will stand for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Mueller, seconded by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yui,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application passes. 7 in favor and none opposed, subject to the conditions.
Okay, and it will be heard once again on August 27th, 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. We do have one more item to hear. However, it has been requested that we take a quick personal break. So we will take a 5-minute break and we will come back and hear the last item on the agenda, and then we will be done for the evening. So if you guys could just hang on for just a moment, we'll take a 5-minute break and come back. Okay, are we back? There we go. There we go. Okay, we're looking for Patrick and for Commissioner Ernst and Commissioner Miller. Janet, do we have enough right now?
Yes,
We've got
we do.
6. There we go. We got some. All
Oh,
right,
you know
let's
what?
go.
Hang on just a
Okay.
second, because I need to, our consultant, I need to move him over as a panelist. And then let him be able to share his screen.
Thank you. Gunnar, do you want to go ahead
Okay,
and
we're good.
announce our last item?
Sure. Again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. For our last item, we wanted to do a quick workshop with you all in regards to a long-range planning effort that's been ongoing for the past year or so. The Central Area Master Plan. We have contracted with Interface Studio out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to do the work. We have Jamie Granger, the project manager, with us today to give a quick presentation. Some of you may recall in the spring, pretty much right when I started, when the pandemic hit the United States in full force and all the shutdowns began, was right when we were about to do our final public meeting for the Central Area. We had to pivot, adjust, and although it's not ideal, finish the project off online. We've done an extensive amount of outreach to the different neighborhood groups, community groups, institutions in the Central Area to collect their input the best that we can through a bunch of one-on-one conversations that I've had. We've posted a survey over the last month and collected information. This is sort of our last round. We wanted to get your specific input and feedback. Mr. Granger is going to go over a little bit about the process, a little bit about the input that we've received from the public, a little bit about what we learned from this final survey and how they've used that to develop the draft plan. The draft plan is currently, I know that Janet sent it to you, but it's also currently now, I just checked, it's probably going to happen at midnight when we reboot, but it should be up on our website tomorrow for public viewing. We're going to take this to the Board of Commissioners on the 27th, also for a workshop, no vote required. The idea and what we heard pretty much from April on with everyone we talked to was we need to just finish this. We need to finish it. We need to get it done. We need to get it approved. We need to get moving forward. So we look forward to hearing your input. We look forward to taking your ideas and input on this final push. Our goal is to take that input and the board's input and put it in together in a final plan. And we hope to be back on September 14th requesting your action to recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners. And with that, I'd like to introduce Jamie Granger with Interface Studio, who will take it away. And it's only 9:45. We're used to being up till midnight, so I think we're hopefully alive and awake for you, Jamie. And even though you're in 10:45 your time, we appreciate you sticking with us. So
Yeah,
with
no
that,
worries.
Mr. Granger.
Thank you, Jamie. I meant to mute Director Ham before he got to that midnight comment, but I was a little too slow on the click. So you're on. Thank you.
All right, well, thanks for the introduction, Gunnar. I'm going to share my screen. Jan, am I able to share my screen? It says host disable participant screen sharing.
Try it now.
Okay, here we go. Is everyone able to see this?
Yes.
Okay. So just a quick reintroduction. My name is Jamie Granger, associate at Interface Studio, an urban planning firm based out of Philadelphia. We are the lead consultant for the Central Area Master Plan. For those of you not familiar with this process, this is a study area we're looking at. It's really to the south and west of downtown, bounded by 635 and 70 south of State and Minnesota. Again, we've really, Gunnar already talked about this a little bit, but we've really started this process about a year ago in earnest, leading up to spring. Obviously took a break when things changed, kind of retooled, moved some of the engagement online, and that was closed last week. So we're still kind of in the process of, reading through that and kind of understanding what participants said. But in the meantime, we kind of gathered a lot of our recommendations for a draft report that you all hopefully were able to take a look at, but I fully understand if you weren't able to. But our process is really, it's really people driven and data driven. So we try to get as much input from the people as we can, as well as back that up with a lot of research and analysis. All of that we really take together and formulate a vision and goals. The outreach we did, we tried to, bring as many people into the process as possible by approaching people in a variety of different settings, either through interviews, special events, public meetings, neighborhood meetings, online survey. So we were able to meet people where they are and really get a lot of great input to formulate the plan. All of that kind of came together for, we developed a vision backed up by 4 main goals. And I'll kind of walk through each one of these with some particular action items represented for each of them. So the first goal is to really establish Central Avenue as a social, cultural, and employment center of the neighborhood. There's a few key strategies we developed around this, is to create a place on Central Ave through physical improvements, leverage diversity, create a unique identity and market opportunity, and ongoing resources for existing businesses and those looking to start a new enterprise. So that we have a variety of different action items associated with these. I'm not going to go through all of them, but just give you a kind of a teaser on some of them, and the full list of recommendations will be in the draft report. But one of the first ones is to really rethink Central Ave and the physical design of the space. It's currently, a place really designed to pass through, but are there specific things that we can do to really change that street and make it more of a pedestrian commercial space and really help support businesses? Second idea is to really think about gateway opportunities, particularly on the eastern end. It's definitely a gateway for the Central Avenue corridor and the central area in general, and Kansas City, Kansas as well. So, are there ways that we can really capitalize on that and build on that unique identity on the Central Ave corridor? La Placita is a market that CABA runs in Bethany Park. We really see this opportunity as something to build off of and get people coming to Central Ave on a recurring basis, particularly in the current circumstances with social distancing. And, are there ways to really benefit La Placita in these times and make it as kind of a safe space for people to interact? When we asked residents what they thought La Placita could benefit from the most, the number one thing was to have more of a physical presence of a market shed, so that there's opportunities for that as well. And this is something that came up throughout the process that we're kind of excited about, is working with the Forward Cities organization about a community accelerator program and business incubator. So there have been conversations with Forward Cities and CABA about implementing something on Central Ave and focusing, potential opportunity for there being a physical space. So these are kind of ongoing conversations that we can build off of in this process. And then just really reinforcing Central Ave as, the social and economic heart of the central area. The second goal is to provide housing suitable for a range of life stages and economic circumstances. The 2 strategies being provide support and resources for existing homeowners and renters, but also opportunities to add to the housing stock to diversify options. One of the action items is, and something that came up time and time again throughout the process, is support for home repairs. And we noticed this is something that came up in the Northeast area master plan strategy as well. So it kind of speaks to, a larger issue that can be addressed, at a bigger scale than just the central area. But there are existing preventative measures to really help residents rehab homes. And there's also some strong full rehabilitation measures when buildings get vacant, but are there opportunities to really double down on some of those preventative measures and keep people in their homes and prevent some of these buildings from becoming vacant in the first place? We see their opportunity to add to the housing stock through an infill housing strategy. So it's really kind of making the process, streamlining the process for development, really lowering the barriers of entry, and in turn ending up with a more affordable housing product. And there's kind of all the pieces to have something like this, and the large number of land bank holdings, some of the relationships with contractors that already exist with Project SOAR. So there's things that you can already build off of to do something like this and really kind of break down some of the barriers to entry and allow a broader subset of people into the development process. There's also a few important development sites, 7th and Central being one in particular. A few other that came up in the process were a Bethany Hospital site and the area around Alcott Arts. So it's kind of important for us to outline a vision for those places to ensure that this planning process kind of codifies those things to ensure that any development that happens is really representing what the community wants. The third goal is design a mobility network that gives options and promotes a sense of community. Some of the strategies are improve comfort and safety of pedestrian network, develop a bike and trail network, increase transit and shared mobility ridership, and also address some of the parking issues that exist. The first action item is around focused sidewalk improvements. So this is something we heard a lot, in that that there's not the infrastructure for the central area to be a truly walkable space unless there's sidewalks, and there's a lot of missing sidewalks. But understanding the scale of the problem, it's important to really prioritize where some of these improvements are made. So thinking about some institutions and commercial spaces and how to really prioritize those spaces, and also think about some safe streets to school as well. There's some particularly challenged pedestrian crossings, particularly on 7th and 10th. And I think on 10th, you have to going north from Central, you have to go almost 2/3 of a mile before you can even cross on a crossing. So these are serious impediments to pedestrians getting around, in addition to some very confusing intersections. So how can we rethink some of these spaces to better support pedestrian activity? Next action item being develop a bike and trail network. So the lighter color greener is kind of the existing bike infrastructure. So how can we build off of that and really create a true network so people feel comfortable and safe, and biking can really be an alternative. So it's probably an incremental process of building up something like this, and we kind of outlined some places to start in the draft report, and really thinking about the physical result of what these conditions can look like, this being Minnesota Ave. And then really building off existing UG programs, things like the bike share program. Can we implement some of these bike share stations within the central area as more of an immediate implementation piece, probably focusing around areas where some of the existing infrastructure already exists. And then the fourth goal is really about community. So how can we empower residents to build community through shared neighborhood improvements? First strategy being improve existing green space. Second being beautify neighborhoods and underutilized lots. And third being really creating as inclusive environment that's accessible to all. So one of the action items being improving existing parks. There's some overarching things that a lot of the parks can address, things like accessibility, amenities. In Clifton Park and Bethany Park in particular, Clifton Park already has some planned improvements. There's talks, or there's desire from the community perspective to do something to kind of go beyond the scope of what's planned and look to address the vacant building that exists within Clifton Park and kind of make that a community asset. So that's something to build off of. And then really the importance, the number one park that people identified being Bethany Park to address. So how can we address and make improvements there? Next action item being coordinate with the land bank on undevelopable parcels. There's a significant amount of land bank holdings. When you look, a lot of them are, not necessarily development sites in that they're on steep slopes or a variety of different other reasons. So what are the long-term strategies? Can there be coordination with the land bank and community groups about what happens in those spaces? And then thinking about some of these neighborhood specific gatherings, there's a lot of larger scale events that bring a lot of people to the community, but how can we think of really these smaller scale events that are really a better opportunity for neighbors to interact with each other and really break down some multicultural barriers that exist. So just going back to the schedule, the survey closed last week, so we are on Monday. So we spent some time analyzing some of that. There's still some more to do for us in that regard. We developed a draft plan that really is first crack of putting together all the recommendations in one place. So we're hoping to get a lot of feedback from the public, the steering committee, you all in that regards. And then on our end, there's still probably, and this is always the last step of the process, is really determine how to put those ideas into action and further develop the implementation piece. So that, we're going to keep working towards that up till the September date. And that's it from our end. But so thank you for your time and look forward to hearing if there's any questions.
Questions for Mr. Granger?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Mr. Granger if there's been any conversation about opportunity zones in that area and whether that's even a potential. I know I sat on the Rosedale Development Association board for years, and we went through the Rosedale master plan. And then as soon as we were done and had everything buttoned up, boom, opportunity zone areas and things came along, and we had an amendment to that. So I was just curious if there's been any talk about opportunity zones within this area.
It didn't really come up that much, just I think probably because there's very little market rate development that is happening. But if we're looking to incentivize that, that's something we can definitely build off of, but it didn't come up too much in the process.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions? Jamie, just real quick, I mean, we got the plan on Sunday and it's 158 pages.
Yeah.
So
I wasn't expecting you all to go through it in one day.
But just in scanning through, I mean, it's overwhelming. But I mean, I guess it almost seems like it's so much. I mean, do you just sprinkle through different things, or how do you really get the most impact out of a plan that's so large? And what type of time frame does this really look at to really achieve the results that are there?
So I think to answer that a few different ways, if, this will be good feedback to get to see if, there's too much there and if there's things that we can kind of cut out that aren't important. But on the second, I think the implementation piece is going to be important, really those priority actions. There's probably not one group task specifically with implementing this. Often you'll do a planning process where an organization is in charge of leading the implementation. That's probably not the case in this. So it's really broken down into different categories, either something that's going to be led by the government or something led by organizations, institutions, or residents. So I think by kind of breaking it down by those different categories, it can make it a little more accessible. So that's kind of the approach that we're taking. But we did ask in the process, are there those impact areas either on central or within the neighborhood where a lot of these things can come together and we can focus some of these investments to really, have a bigger impact. So as we go through some of the results from that online survey, we'll be able to factor that in as well.
Okay. And secondly, and can you tell me how many individuals were interviewed? I mean, members of the public. I saw on one slide it was a small number, like 34 or something like that. I guess I'm just assuming that that number was bigger than that.
So these were one-on-one interviews. So there were 34 one-on-one interviews with individuals. Some of them were in larger settings. We had public meetings where there was much larger participation. And we had an event at the Kaaba parade. So we had a table, so there was an event there. We had smaller focus groups. We went to all the neighborhood meetings specifically and asked questions as well. And then in the online survey, there were 186 views and 182 interactions. So I think, I'm not sure what the 100 people who went on and didn't take the survey were doing, but, we tried to, approach this from a variety of different angles to get as much input as we can. I don't have an absolute number because there's probably some cross, some people came to different things multiple times.
Sure. And you're hampered, with the pandemic on what you can do, those kinds of things as well. So,
right.
Okay.
And I would just pile on to that. I would make the point that think about 82 people in a room, and if all 82 of them spoke, it's pretty good final public meeting.
True. You almost need to start controversy to get people to come out.
Yeah, maybe. And I think one of the things that, and I will admit freely that I sort of walked in on this in the 11th hour, right? So most of the work had already been done before we kind of needed to pivot and figure out how to finalize this. But a lot of, I think, what I've been trying to challenge Jamie and the team, and Kim Portillo has been a big part of this as well in our office here, and she's on the call as well, has been to sort of, like you said, it's okay to have all those ideas included in the plan, but what are like the baker's dozen? Maybe it's a dozen, maybe it's only 10. I don't know what it is, but that really hit home as Jamie mentioned in terms of having the largest impact. And I think that's kind of where we're going to hopefully really focus in terms of implementation, because there are such a diverse group of strong neighborhoods. They all kind of, the vast majority, I would say, bought into this idea that Central Avenue is the connective tissue that brings them all together, which I think is powerful, and that in and of itself is an impact area. Aside from Kava, who is somewhat of the collection of all of those, if you will, is our designated CBR, excuse me. How are we gonna create something that is really obtainable? What is that implementation strategy that we can get through those 10 things? And if we need to revisit it, we still have all this other stuff that we can reference back to, as opposed to go after everything at once. And I think that's where we're trying to firm up with Jamie and the community, and based on the survey and really your guidance and input, if anybody had any thoughts about what you think is the biggest focus area, either categorically or is there a project we think that we need to specifically zoom in on?
Well, and being the realtor in the room, I'm always going to gravitate toward housing, and I see the comment. I guess maybe those were the comments that I was more strongly drawn to, but I saw comments about houses busting at the seams, and they're they're multi-family and multi-generational, and we're seeing that across the board, not just along Central Avenue and those places. But I think housing affordability is I saw that being a number one concern for a lot of folks. They love their homes, but they also have concerns about maintaining them and the affordability. And I guess if I were going to zero in, and maybe it's just because of my occupation or where I come from, but everybody needs the basic need of shelter and that pride that comes along with home ownership. And don't ask me why I'm getting emotional, but I think there's that basic need that people love their homes. They want a home. Even the people that can't, I looked at the numbers of how many people are renting, and I think about the number of people that would want to own their own home. So I guess I think that should be a strong focus. I'm sorry for getting all mushy about it. Commissioner Pauly.
Yes, I just wanted to add, having lived right off of Central Avenue for 20 plus years, as a resident, it would be very nice to have a walkable Central Avenue where I could get a drink with my friends and family, have dinner, maybe hit some cool shops that were show the diversity of the neighborhood, which is one of the best things about the area. The reason I bring this up is the biggest problem I've seen sitting on the board is there are businesses that do want to come into Central Avenue, and we shut them down because of parking almost every time. So I think if we can address the parking issue, obviously this, has been a long-term problem and it's not easy to solve, but I think that people would be willing to come down here and give this place a try as like starting up a small business, but we shut them down when it comes to parking. So that would be one of the things that I just wanted to add to the overall conversation, is just maybe if we can nail the parking better so that people have a clear path to try to get a business going. And I'm really excited. I'm so happy you guys are finally in my neighborhood. So looking forward to seeing where we go from here.
Anyone else? Okay, Commissioner Jones? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Mueller.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't find my hand quick enough. I can't second Commissioner Pauly's sentiment enough. Central Avenue is super cool. I've got a sister of mine that lives out in the San Francisco area, and all she wants to do is walk along those places and check out things. And parking is the #1 killer. Look what Slaps and the coffee shop in Chicago have had to go through, and we ruin the flavor of these little cool areas. And when I go visit my sister in San Francisco, I get to enjoy those same kind of things. And I can't second enough Commissioner Pauly's concept about parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
Okay, I was having a problem, sorry, with my technology. I would also echo that sentiment because parking is an issue in a lot of areas, but in the interim and in addition to, I would say walkability, whatever can be done to increase walkability, because so many times in so many areas, we don't have good sidewalks. It's just, walking someplace is just not, it just doesn't seem that it's doable a lot of times. So I think all of that is good.
Good. Anyone else?
Can I just follow up on those 3 comments? Is the issue the availability of parking, or is it our parking requirement and businesses' inability to obtain it?
The specific cases that I'm remembering, we denied petitioners because they could not provide what we thought was enough parking for the businesses that they wanted to put into the buildings.
Yeah, Gunnar, choice #2.
So if we were supportive of parking reductions in the area.
Definitely. And you also, it's also true that a lot of people that would be going to the businesses on Central Avenue would be walking from their neighbor, is something I tried to point out in the past, walking from their homes. And so they wouldn't even be coming in a car because so many residences abut Central Avenue. I think a lot of Central Avenue business would be coming from the immediate surrounding area. So yes, we might be able to get away with a lot less parking and still make it work.
Jamie, that's a policy issue that this department can address.
From the supply side, the design that we were working with is kind of rethinking that turn lane that takes place all the way through the corridor, and how it's really most likely unnecessary except some of the major intersections. So can you almost replicate the design, the section near Slaps that has angled parking without a turn lane? The street actually gets wider for most of it, so you could probably have angled parking on both sides, and that could add a significant amount of just on-street parking, and would, it would make the burden for some of those businesses potentially easier as well, and would improve the walkability in some of those intersections, and just slow down cars and kind of get to all those things that we were talking about as well.
Anything else? Okay, Jamie, I'm not sure we were super helpful, but hopefully you've got a few nuggets to work with.
No, that was very helpful. I appreciate your time and letting us share kind of the process with you all.
Well, thank you for hanging in there with us tonight.
Yeah, I stay up late anyway, so it's no worries.
Great. Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Deal with.
I would just, real quickly, I would just say if you guys have the chance to review the draft and have any comments, you can send them to myself, Jamie, Kim, Janet, all of us, none of us, one of us. And we will incorporate it between now and September 14th. Jamie and his team have basically been put the pedal to the metal and have been putting it all together as efficiently and succinctly as they can. And they make a lot of progress every day. And so we'll keep it open as long as we can. I think that we feel ready. We don't feel rushed, but we do want to move quickly because the community wants us to start implementing this now.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much for your patience tonight and for your support. So we will see you in a month, right? Or we'll
No.
No, wait a minute.
We
Yeah,
have,
it's going to correct me.
yeah, we
Yeah,
have the Planning Commission training
Yes,
on Monday, August the 31st at 6 p.m.
Monday, August 31st, 6 p.m. Everybody got it? All right, we'll
And I
see
sent
you.
out an invite to everyone.
All right, we'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, guys.